And here I am on a Friday. A little bit late. I was going to be on time, and I had a major fucking spillage in the kitchen, like 500 mils worth of energy drink, and well, that was fucking enraging, to be quite honest, and had to do some cleanup, and so here I am in a shite mood. Hello, Megalich. Dr. Abigail. Would be pretty poor timing for a troll to show up tonight because I'm just in a murderous mood. Really, really, really fucking bad mood. Okay. Making a drink for Mrs. Angry. Going. But to use some Prosecco that I got solely to make a particular video. I saw a video, Tom Hanks on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. A drink he invented when he's with his family at Christmas. And if you can believe it, it's Diet Coke and champagne. And I just thought, people are going to be talking about this. So I've rushed a video, which will go live tomorrow. Oh, a bit over 12 hours. Trending. Hi, Toby. That's yummy. Just gotta pour this out. Just going over here. Oops, the ice fell out. That's a bit weird. Wasn't expecting that at all. I'll just top that up. Here we go. Little pink spritz for Mrs. Angry. It's gin and red currant liqueur and Prosecco. Just go and give it to her. Okay. I'm going to get myself a drink as well, for that matter. Let's sort that out. I'm just going to... Yeah. What am I doing? Yes. Use that as a coaster. Hey, honey. Big old chunk of ice now. Put that in there. I'll take that. Just envisioning something else going wrong and my rage-filled mood getting worse. Looks a fucking lordy. Right, now I'm going to get something out of the fridge. Have one of my pre-mixed cocktails. Not least because, I have them. I'm going to use some of the barrel Hajed cocktails. Okay. Getting there. And I think for a minute. Yeah, got this cola as well. From the video I was making earlier. Ugh. Hi, Jude. Toby, yes, I have considered an ASMR cocktail video. I will probably do it one day. Just take me a bit of time to get it together to do it. One of the other YouTube bartenders found an ASMR whiskey video, a young lady, and as some ASMR does, it's some very obvious sexual elements in it. It's been a sexy, breathy thing talking about whiskey, which was a little surreal, a little bit weird. But that's the world, I guess. The world is a bit weird. Video of nothing but ASMR liquid pouring may cause urinary incontinence. Good for people with a dodgy prostate. My thought was going to be a mix of those things. Sometimes pouring, sometimes stirring on ice, and sometimes just clinking. Just mellow and laid back. Oh, Toby, what, the bird that I posted today? Yes. Given that it's just at that, I only took, to clarify, I did only take the picture today. That one seems to have bonded with Mrs. Angry's lad, which is what he wanted. He wanted like a baby pigeon to bond with him. But he has at least one other one, gets sick baby pigeons and brings them home, which is a whole thing. Doesn't usually land on my head. There was a whole chain of circumstances to go. Oh, yes. Heine and Abigail talking about the D&D thing. OGL, the open game license, and it's fast developing. The probably flawed telling of it is years back, the people who own the rights to Dungeons and Dragons released a license which they said was open. People could use the Dungeons and Dragons concepts in their own product, which radically repopularized Dungeons and Dragons, which had hit a rough patch. And now some 20 years later, one of the big corporates who has control of the product is saying they're going to retroactively change the license and cut all that stuff off, which is just an astonishingly stupid idea, but also just, a day ending in a Y in corporate world, because they're all assholes. Oh, yum. That's good. It's like my gin-based Manhattan-style barrel-aged cocktail. Zingy. But yes, it's created quite a furor, justifiably so, with the nerds, the tabletop gamers, because corporate fuckery is a thing that happens every day. But this is corporate fuckery on a whole different scale. Like when I was reading some of the stories about what this lot was trying to do, whether it's Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast, I was looking at thinking, that sounds incredibly dubious. I don't know. America is a dystopia, so who knows what corporations can get away with there. I feel like I've heard of a number of court cases of big corporations thinking they could change licensing agreements retroactively, and the court's going, well, no, you fucking can't. Because that was a contract. You can't change it retroactively. Nice, Rays. Telling a newborn baby to stop being a bludger and get a job. Day officially successful. Reminds me of an old Stephen Wright routine. And when I say old, I mean really old. I saw him live like 20, 30 years ago. And he said, you know what I hate? I see babies on a beach. You don't need a holiday. You've never worked a day in your life. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I get too, Rays. No accountability for the corporates in America, but there's such a huge groundswell against this particular bit of fuckery. I mean, maybe the company will realize, oh no, we've made a terrible mistake. We need to find a way out of this. It's always hard to tell what's going to happen in scenarios like this. Okay. Did anything happen in the world today? Yeah, well, Jude, I think in this case, the problem this corporation's facing is their entire user base going, you know what, fuck you. I will actually stop spending money on this thing that I love so much, and I'll find an alternative. Go fuck yourself. So, who the hootin' heck knows what's actually going to happen? It's complex. So it's complex. I think I might just have the Fever Tree Distiller's Collar. I might just have whiskey and cola, one of my little mini whiskey. What are the Irish whiskey bottles? What's in the Irish whiskey bottles? Small batch, single malt. It's in such tiny letters. This is very cruel to old people like me. What's this one? Single grain. See if there's anything on the bottle that tells me anything. Okay, so single grain. Product of Ireland. Finished in wine casks. 46% ABV. And that's all it tells me. Finished in wine casks. And this one, a small batch Irish whiskey. 6 months in rum casks. Also 46%. And the other one, single malt, aged and matured. Doesn't say what sort of barrel it was in. Also 46%, so a little bit punchier than your average whiskies. What's in Irish whiskey bottles? The heart of a nation. Rays, I would not be at all surprised if they just make one person take the fall and go, yeah, that was a really bad idea from that guy. So we're not going to do it because it's his idea. Well, Jude, there is actually an Irish whiskey called Writer's Tears. There is quite the history with Irish folk and whiskey. In fact, I believe the historical consensus is that although Scotch whiskey is the most famous, whiskey was first distilled in Ireland. Probably by monks. Monks do all this shit, all this, alcoholic beverages invented by monks in Europe. And yes, Jude, Writer's Tears is, in fact, a snapshot into the culture. Hey, Jason, how's it going? Yeah, I'm not getting that reference, but that's probably just me. Kiki ma ma ma. Oh, wow. That's a bit of fun. A transparent scam on Facebook. Better than a subtle scam. Well, I think what it was, monks had a lot of time on their hands, so they could actually experiment with wine making and distilling and brewing, making liqueurs, making spirits. Champagne was supposedly invented by monks, the famous Dom Perignon, which I think was also accidental, but then they worked out what it was that made it bubbly, and then they did it on purpose. The chances you're someone on Marketplace right now. Actually, joke like, oh god, my internet's going fucked. It's doing that again. Okay. Maybe it'll only last a little while. But I might be going pixely or cutting out or all the things. Hopefully, sort itself out. Looking at dodgy at the moment, but this often happens at the start of. I don't know. A bunch of people are online game at the moment. So that could be what affecting my connect speed, but I don't know. It usually sorts itself out. See what happens. Yeah. We shall just have to. Sorry, I'm just going to try something which probably won't help. No, okay. Got any more of them pixels? Wait, where's my fucking connectivity? Anyway, I think it's better now. That honestly doesn't illuminate me that much, Jason. Kiki ma 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 ma. An auditory hallucination from what? Interpreter's killer mummy? Dr. Abigail, I was plugged in. I don't know if it's done something stupid like revert to Wi-Fi. Wait, there's my internet access. See, I don't know if it's done something wacky like default to Wi-Fi, even though I'm plugged in. I don't know how this friggin' thing works. it just got worse. Just when I was going to say it might have got sorted, it actually got worse. I am going to try something here. Okay. Okay, so yes. Okay, Jason, you're talking Friday the 13th. Not a particularly prodigious viewer of Friday the 13th. That's why it's getting past me. So, I don't know. Hopefully, my internet has settled now. The warning signs telling me my connection is to Suxors have gone away. So hopefully I'm fine. There you go. There's a bit of subtlety. In the movies, when the killer's nearby, you hear that sound in the musical score. There you go. Yes, but as I said, I have to admit to not really. I've seen bits of multiple Friday the 13th movies. But I certainly don't remember subtleties like that. So, all right. So I'm back to decisions. Small batch, single grain, or single malt. Fuck it. I'll just do single malt, being very arbitrary. Yes, with Dr. Abigail, I've seen some of the. I've probably watched more Halloween movies than Friday the 13th movies. For no real reason. It's just how things worked out. But I don't know. Horror doesn't really do it for me. Not not like, oh, I'm too scared to watch it. It's just usually doesn't really do it for me. Probably depends what you classify as horror as well. Because one of my favorite movies of recent years is Get Out, which I think is broadly classified as a horror or maybe just a thriller. Horror where the monsters are white people. It's a fun trend the last I don't know, was it 5 years? These ones have been coming out, both streaming shows and movies, sort of thriller / horror things with black leads where the monster is white people. Some very good ones out there. So Dr. Abigail's selling Magic the Gathering books. Megaleech is selling punk rave men's unisex skirts. Nice. Raise, I thought Get Out was intense. That's a real and so fucking clever. Like after the fact, like you finish the movie, and then you go back and go, oh, so what was really happening in that scene was this, and what was really happening? Oh, and that's why this person did that. Oh my god, it's really quite good. Good point, Jude. The premise in The Birds is pretty silly, but it works. It's a good film. All right. I want to watch the most recent Jordan Peele film, Nope. Just waiting for it to be free on a streaming service. I've not been going to the cinema for the last couple of years. Global pandemic and everything. So yeah, waiting for it to be free on a streaming service. Finally watched a couple like the most recent James Bond film, which I thought was a pretty good James Bond film. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which was good. I might have been affected by expectations because it probably wasn't as good as I was hoping for it to be. So that might have been hype and expectations ruined it a little for me. I still haven't watched it yet, but I can watch legally for free Top Gun Maverick. I might even do that this weekend. Heard the rumors it's gayer than the original Top Gun, which would take some doing. I'm going to watch it and see. Jason Megan, which I have seen trailers for, not the Doll Slasher marketed to be. Much more well done Chucky remake. Yeah, apparently most people like Megan. And it's a bit weird, like not so much slasher as it's a bit weird and unnerving and whatnot. For those who don't know it, the premise of Megan is a parent brings home this very lifelike animatronic doll for her daughter to be her friend and protect her, and looks a lordy, it goes a bit screwy. So yeah. So, yes, because it's Prosecco. I was going, well, there's not that much booze. Oh, yeah, but there was like a shit ton of. Sorry, I've gone and got Mrs. Angry drunk, made her 2 Prosecco spritzers that had like gin and liqueur in them. And it's probably why the original recipe said use soda as well, but, you know.
But it's the one with that in was better.
Yeah, okay, good. Well,
it's all gone.
Yeah, it is. I've used it all. That's what everyone says. Elderflower makes everything better.
Yeah.
Bartender's tomato sauce. It's like, this is missing something. It's like putting tomato sauce on a pie or on your chips or something. I'll just put some elderflower in this one. So I've got no Mrs. Angry Drunk. Jude. Okay. Yes, the John Carpenter's The Thing fucking rocks. Aliens, I love. I regard it more as an action film, but that's, it's a meaningless distinction, really. The original Alien, fucking classic. That's a haunted house movie. The original Alien is definitely a horror movie, and it's a specific subgenre. It's a haunted house movie. It's just set in space, and the ghost is like a monster. All right, so that's the thing. That's the premise in Megan. It's an adoptive mother. The parents are dead, and so the adoptive mother is a child of her own. She's distant to the adoptive one. Use the doll to fill in. Yeah, and nothing can possibly go wrong when you have close to sapient robots. There was a neat bit I saw in the trailer, and she chases some kid who bullies the little girl. And instead of walking upright and being cute, she's running on all fours, looking exactly like one of those fucking robot dogs you see, which are soon going to be fitted with machine guns and kill us all. One US police department, might have been Los Angeles. I feel like it was in California. They'd made a public announcement. They were considering deploying, those robot dog things that were capable of lethal force without a human there, and everyone went, "What the fuck are you talking about?" No, maybe we won't do it. No, Rays, I do like sci-fi. I'm very big on sci-fi fantasy. Oh yeah, of course they're being given guns because they're for the fucking military. Does anyone remember the Eater robot? EATR. It was a proposed battlefield robot, and this is where I love. Okay, and because I work in technology and I have for more than 2 decades, and as a really common thing with tech bros, okay, it's not limited to guys, but it's most noticeable with tech guys being disconnected from humanity, not understanding why some things would be bad. And they did this big press release where it's going, we've got this robot. And what it was a battlefield robot that was designed to be autonomous. and it could refuel itself with organic material. And it was designed to use lethal force on the battlefield. And when they unveiled it to like the media, and they were so excited, and we called it EATR because it eats organic material. And they had some spell, I forget what it was, the acronym EATR. I forget what it stands for, but it's like, yeah, it's the joke because it uses biological material to convert to fuel. And people are going like the people it kills on the battlefield? And they're going, what? You know, you've invented a robot to kill people that powers itself from organic material. You don't see why that's fucked? Something that is programmed to kill people and then could use the people it kills for fuel. And all the nerds are like, no, that's not what we meant. But it never fucking occurred to them because they're in love with the technology and they have a very poor, if any, connection to humans. And hi, Greg, by the way. So, Jude, Lance Henriksen, who was the android in Aliens, said the concoction he had to spit out had spoiled. Yeah, oh, God, and he got food poisoning because it's very milk-oriented. God damn. Raise you on a lightsaber? I think everyone wants a lightsaber. But yes, tech guys never understand why people are squicked out by the shit they do because so many of them don't have meaningful connections to other humans, and they just get obsessed with technology, and they get obsessed with their own genius, and they get obsessed with making huge piles of money from their own genius. And so we end up with fucking killer robots. Jesus. So, what a world. What a world we live in, hey? What a goddamn world we live in. Oh, dear. Jason, good double whammy. I did see that episode of Rick and Morty. And yes, all domestic violence, like Justin Roiland is facing charges on. And Dan Harmon was a fucking jerk as well. Although at least he did admit to it and tried to fix it. And for those who don't know the story of Dan Harmon, in the early years of Rick and Morty, he started a relationship with a woman who was on the writing staff and didn't go well, and he didn't handle it well. He didn't, and he's been quite open, which is positive. He's never said it wasn't my fault or I didn't do anything wrong. He's actually been quite open with, at the time, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, but everyone pointed out to me, and here's why I was fucked. And what I did was inexcusable. And at the time, I convinced myself that everything I was doing was legitimate, but it was actually inexcusable. So at least he appears to have, and I say appears to, because I don't know the guy, I don't know what's really going on, but he appears to have learned and grown. So if you had a lightsaber, cut open a coconut with one swipe and then restore world peace. Priorities, man, priorities. Now we're talking the big thing, killer robots that are going to take over the world and kill us all. There was that movie a couple of years ago. I mean, it was very flawed, but it had that dingus who they were trying to make into a big star. I mean, he's still around. He's still doing stuff. You know, there were the memes that go, just do it. Just do it. I've forgotten his name. Just do it. It's no, I'm blanking on his name, but I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Oh, is Harmon actually getting in shape? I didn't know about that. I liked the podcast he did a couple of years ago with a writer on another writer from Rick and Morty called Whiting Wongs, because he's one of the people who, when he was going, I think I've made mistakes. And thank you, Jason, Shia LaBeouf. I knew someone would get it. When he first goes, oh God, I've been making terrible mistakes. And yeah, Harmon Quest, there's some pretty wild stuff. But he did another one called Whiting Wongs, which was specifically with this Asian American woman on the writing staff, where she's gone, okay, you seem to want to do the work to understand where you fucked up and where you are absolutely blind to your privilege. Let's do it. And they were bringing in questions of gender, race, and whatever, and they were very unfiltered. Like, they weren't worried about looking bad because they were just trying to be honest. And it was very interesting to listen to. It was interesting to see him. He was trying really hard to be open, because his big thing, Hollywood's a closed shop, right? You have to know someone to get anywhere. He came from outside Hollywood. He didn't know anyone. So from his perspective, there was no privilege to him. He worked really hard, and he got really fucking angry at anyone who talked about, as a straight white male, you have enormous amounts of privilege, because he saw the people who were inside the system and how easy they had it and how hard he had to work. And he would get very angry about anyone who said he had privilege and advantage. He eventually came to see, oh, actually, I might not have been on the inside track in Hollywood, but holy shit, yeah, actually, straight white male has its privileges. And he was exploring a lot of that in Whiting Wongs. Yeah, it was really funny. His co-host, she really took him to account a couple of times. And he was almost always open to it. He's like, okay, how did I fuck up now? And she would just hammer him. And he actually seemed genuinely interested in understanding where his blind spots were and how he was fucking up. Rays, I have never played World of Warcraft. I'm not that big a gamer. I play some video games, not a lot. Been enjoying doing another playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, which I did actually finish the narrative a while ago. Ooh, Dr. Abigail, the upgrades to my PC, it's higher resolution now. And I mean, Red Dead always looked good. It looks a bit better now. Might even bring it up on a stream at one point. I want to do nighttime stuff around Saint-Denis, because there's scary stuff in Saint-Denis at night. I still want to capture the vampire. I've made multiple attempts at it, and I get killed every time. And also, the swamps outside Saint-Denis are fucked. They have actual ghosts in it. Like there's a guy who thinks he's the devil. And I've never found the devil. There's a guy somewhere in the wilderness who thinks he's the devil, and it's just some guy. And there was a feral guy who I did find. He kind of looks like he's a werewolf, and he's living with wolves. I wasn't going to kill him, but him and his wolves attacked me, and I ended up killing him. That was wild. But then again, that's just a dude. And the vampire in Saint-Denis is not a vampire. It's just a weird guy. And there's another person who thinks they're supernatural or whatever, and they're not. But there are straight up fucking ghosts in the swamp. Apparently, if you go there enough at the right times of night in the swamp, a whole story unfolds with this ghost talking about their regrets, and you can find all these clues and piece their story together. It's fucking weird. But also, there's the night folk in the swamp. This creepy as fuck group of people, and fucking they don't talk, they don't make noise, they just kill you, and you're in, you're in their territory, because there'll be someone nailed to a fucking tree and disemboweled, there's like 3 absolutely deranged, murderous groups in Red Dead Redemption. There's a whole bunch of, each state has their own criminal who you can kill with no real fear of recriminations. But 3 of them are sort of psycho killer cultist things. There's the night folk in the swamp. There's the Murphy brood up in the hills, weird, crazy inbreds. And there's another one where John Marsden sets up a farm. The Skinner brothers, just absolutely deranged. So Ray's World of Warcraft feels like a game I'd enjoy. I hate online. Thanks, man, for the suggestion. I think we've got one. Mrs. Angry's played it. The one with the dragons. Is that World of Warcraft or is that something else? I don't know. So, Jude, you've seen memes. The devil doesn't even bother to hide. We still can't find him. Dr. Abbey, I remember downloading World of Warcraft. 28-day free promotion. Got so bored. You play Star Trek Online. I've got several free games I haven't even started. BioShock, the whole BioShock oeuvre, the remastered 3 games. I've got those. But what I might actually play next or have a go at is Star Wars Squadrons. Because I've got that as well on my PC. But yeah, I just like Red Dead because it's so beautiful. Plus, I just occasionally randomly, to get stuff out of my systems, I like save what I'm doing and then go into the one of the towns and just fucking kill everyone. And they do start fighting back, but just go on this murderous rampage. And sometimes do it in the place where they have cops, and just an endless wave of cops attack you. And I just see how big a pile of cop bodies I can build up. But there's also the one place that is the biggest shithole in the game where no cops will arrive, and you just start a fight, and then everyone in the little shitty town gets angry at you, and you can kill them all. Star Wars: The Old Republic. I've never actually played that. I like the cinematic, which I think is from one of the Old Republic games, where the Sith crash their ship into the Jedi Temple, and there's this huge fight. It's a really good cinematic. Like, you look at it and go, yeah, this should be a movie, man. And the opening sequence of the movie should just be a shot-for-shot remake of this cinematic, because it fucking kicks ass. It's really good. Yeah, I've got The Force Unleashed for the PlayStation, and I've never played it. There are a shit ton of games I could play. Like I said, Mrs. Angry's actually done more gaming than me. She's done The Witcher 3. I think she's done 2 playthroughs of that. She's done one of those... Oh, God, I'm trying to remember the other game. I don't think it is World of Warcraft. The Elder Scrolls? Yeah, it's one of... What's the most famous of the... Skyrim. That's it. Yeah, I was thinking it might have been World of Warcraft, but it's not. It's Elder Scrolls. Skyrim. She's played Skyrim through a couple of... And I was sitting going, might play that at some point, but I haven't. I just don't actually game that much. So Chuck Jumping, I don't play Star Trek Online anymore. Bought out by Chinese MMORPG. Free to play, monetize the shit out of it. Oh, yes. Again, somewhat Star Trek appropriate, the idea that the Ferengi bought it. Skytrim was the porn parody. Oh dear. Honestly, it probably exists. It honestly probably exists. Porn is fucking weird. Um, it's a funny old world. And I guess when I say porn's weird, what I mean is people are weird. Because porn's just a reflection of people. It's not a sort of other thing over there. Ha! Ray's, you think Skyrim's okay? Insane Hours playing it, taking different paths. I swear to God, the one of the mods someone did on Skyrim, and I saw a video of it. Holy shit, it was funny. They changed the dragon to Thomas the Tank Engine. So there's this big opening scene, like a big cinematic where a dragon goes around and attacks, except with this mod, it's a giant Thomas the Tank Engine attacking a castle. It's so silly. It's really funny. Okay, Heine reckons he's got it. Skyrimmer. Skyrimmer was actual porn. There you go. There's always a porn version of something. Oh yeah, Jason, I did see that, the Ian Malcolm quote. They were so concerned with. I'm not sure if that. Yeah, I know that quote. I'm not sure if that's the first time that was used. Could be, but yes, it was like you scientists were so obsessed with whether you could, you never asked if you should. Jude, oh, yeah, of course, it's crappy porn. Oh, yes. Look, again, there is fucked up, awful porn out there because there are fucked up, awful people out there. That's what I think. It's just a reflection of people, which is not to excuse people who do exploitative, abusive, and hurtful porn, because they're abusive, exploitative, hurtful people, and they should, in fact, be punished. But yeah, people. What a bunch of bastards. It's like occasionally you see someone, it's usually an American right winger, will just say something about, all porn should be banned. And I was going like, a valid position is, I think people shouldn't watch porn, and I would like to talk to people about it and tell them why I think they shouldn't and whatnot. But the idea of banning porn is summarily stupid because it absolutely, categorically won't work. So if anyone puts it forward and thinks that's a policy position, they're a goddamn idiot who should not be taken seriously. So it's just ugh. And they just keep popping up, and they think they should be taken seriously. It's going, well, you're clearly just a goddamn idiot, and no one should pay attention to you. Oh, Rays, you've seen Friday the 13th porn. Oh, of course there is. And yeah, Jude, that's the other thing. The people who do that foaming at the mouth stuff, kind of weird how often it turns out that every accusation is a confession. But yeah. Well, apparently, and look, social theory keeps changing. Stuff that's kind of accepted gets refuted a decade, a generation later. We should keep exploring these things, though. Oh God, Ray, you've already gone out and found Skyrim porn. Jesus Christ. They still actually make high concept porn, even with the internet, like spoofs of blockbuster movies and that type of stuff. It's like, wowzers. Oh, I think I've seen a Star Trek porn parody. And I've heard that. Yes, I've heard. Take out the sex scenes and it's actually a halfway decent Star Trek. Yes. So it was like a Star Trek porn parody made by people who were clearly Star Trek fans. It's just fucking wild. Ugh. But apparently, yeah, there are still people making hardcore high concept porn. Oh yeah, Rage, you can't put links. And even if you could, I can't click on them in StreamYard, which I use. But yes, I have Google. If the mood ever takes me, I will search Skyrim porn. Oh, wow. Professional Picard cosplayer. Good Lord. What a world. What a world. I think I've seen at least part of that Star Trek porn. J. Edgar Hoover was a fucking criminal. Yeah, and popular rumor has it that the reason he kept saying the mafia don't exist is because the mafia had photos of him sucking his male secretary's dick. And it is very sad when someone, whether it's self-loathing or they take it as extreme camouflage, where they're in a position of power and they make it their goal to persecute people who are them. It's very unsettling. But yeah, J. Edgar Hoover was just a fucking criminal. He really was. He was corrupt as fuck. Oh no, sorry. I love this. Jason, the reason you noped out of the Friday the 13th porn is because the Jason costume was too bad. I admire your standards. I love it. Oh, Jesus. Heidi, original series Star Trek porn. Kirk and Spock doing it, and Spock came green. Of course he did. Of course he did. Yeah, dude. The mafia fucking owned Hoover. He was a disgrace. And again, it's popularly supposed he had dirt on every US president he served under, which is why he kept serving, because he just said, oh, yeah, Kennedy, I've got a film of you fucking Marilyn Monroe. No. He was so corrupt. He was so evil. He was such a criminal. See, Dr. Abigail, I agree. I like Jason's standards. Okay, it's an exploitative porn movie, but the Jason costume sucked. Oh, Rays. I mean, okay, so we currently have freakishly lifelike looking sex dolls, the whole real doll thing, whatnot. But yeah, there's the future of porn bots, truly disturbing. There was quite a good British series. There's like 3 seasons of it, I think. And it was a near future thing where there were robots, incredibly lifelike looking robots. And then some of them, they didn't just achieve awareness. A programmer worked really hard to get them to the point where they had self-awareness. And it was all very complicated. Oh, Megalith, you think Ray's meant in the comments because we're talking about this, it'll make porn bots appear? Maybe. Good point, Jude. If Spock spooged green, he might have a health issue because he's blood. Yeah, blood in his spooge. Good Lord. Put it out there, Rays. Be proud, man. Nothing wrong with sex toys. I'm emitting the siren song of the porn spam bots. There's no two ways about it. Oh, well, but I mean, that makes me feel loved. I don't know. I'm regarded as important enough to be worth spamming. Is that sad? I think that's sad. So not that this is about sex toys, but I remember this is back in the 90s. A gay friend of mine who was really into various inhalants while doing the deed, and he's going on at great length about it. And I'm like, I don't know, dude, don't you just enjoy sex? And he's going, oh, it's like this, and your brain rolls out your ears. It's just like, yep, dude. And I get it. You know, I see that you're enjoying that, but I don't know. I just kind of freaking like sex. I don't know.
Andrew.
What are you cooking
Well,
there?
there's a tiny bit of on
What?
the maple syrup thing.
Oh, foil.
Yeah, I just saw a big spark.
Oh god, you were microwaving that to warm it up, but there was a little bit of metal in that.
Yeah. It didn't even make a noise. But
No, you
yeah.
just see a spark.
Oh well.
Oh, I've put a plate in there that I didn't realize had gold paint in its package. So you put it in and like lightning in your microwave. Okay, I've made a terrible mistake. Yes, Mega Leech after party Discord. Yeah, it's just like fuck, man. But I don't know. It's a party night. That's the sort of stuff we're going to talk about. Oh. I was thinking, really? Do I want to do an energy? I don't think I want to do an energy drink at this stage. This floor, I feel like is going to be really sticky in the morning because I mopped up. I tried to mop up the spillage that happened just before I went live, but I like spilled like a whole fucking can. So who knows? Hey, Justin. Dr. Abigail, food. Yes, food is good. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Fortify yourself with food. Did you miss last night, Mega Leech? Yes, tonight's party. Oh, look, speaking of food, this is my newest endeavor in an attempt to lose weight. Got one of these packaged meal things. Got my first delivery of it today. And I had the first one for dinner. These are small. I'm not going to show the brand. They're not paying me. This one's cranberry roast chicken. They have a really wide range. It sounds pretty good. So I'm going to have those for lunch and dinner over the next week. And we'll see. Because like when I did Light and Easy, I lost a bunch of weight. I need to lose a bunch of weight for my knees, if nothing else. You know, aesthetics is I think Abigail hates when I say aesthetics rather than aesthetics. Yeah, I think it depends where you went to school. But yeah, I think number one for me wanting to lose weight is for the sake of my fucking knees. Second is aesthetics. You recognized it, Mega Leech? Yes. I used Light and Easy in the past. I don't know. YouFoods actually seems a bit more interesting. Oh, yeah. No, Jason, I'm with you 100%. Ethically made porn. Absolutely. Yeah, you're getting into... Seriously, if you're trying to do a Friday the 13th parody, something that involves mutilation, bit dodgy. Justin, my offspring had one thing of HelloFresh. Still got the recipes here on the fridge, which they still follow occasionally. That's good. Oh, I didn't realize Coles has some YouFoods. God, the website has dozens of meals. Jude, if you calculated calorie contact... Oh, look, Jude, no two ways about it. If I didn't drink alcohol, I would be at least 10 kilograms lighter than I am now. But, you know, life's too fucking short, is what I'm saying. But no, I'm quite conscious of if I didn't drink alcohol, I'd be at least 10 kilos lighter. Wow, Rays, 47 kilos in 6 months is fucking intense, man. And you're turning up in the gym. Well, it works for you, man. It works for you. Oh, I get that. Stop buying U-Foods because they charge postage. Yep. Well, that's what you get for living in Australia's pubes. The little map of Tasmania down there. Wow, really? Coles occasionally has them for. God, I'm gonna have to look, man, because I have not really paid attention. I'm gonna have to look in Coles if they occasionally have them on sale. I'll get them. Oh yeah, Jude. We'll see. Moderation is key, definitely. Oh yeah, no raise. Not that I exercise, but first year of COVID, very bad for me. Second year, I got focused, and that was good. Third year, not good. So now we're coming up on the fourth year. I plan to get my shit together again. So, Justin, popular diabetes drug helping people lose weight is most. Oh yeah. Oh god, that's a thing that's come up. Also with people who don't have diabetes. Some using drug. Oh god, my fucking internet's fucking up again. God damn it. So I'm probably going to lag and be pixely for a while. God damn it. But yes, no, this goes back ages, like decades. People who don't have diabetes using drugs intended for diabetes actually helps them lose weight. It's actually quite a dangerous thing to do. Oh, see, but that's my jam, Megaleech. Buying stuff that's next day out of date. That's how I make meal decisions at home. Oop, that's on a huge markdown in the supermarket. I'll get that. Saray's Coles of crumbs. Really? Okay, that's interesting. They fired their butchers and warehouse staff. No, okay. With you 100%. Worker solidarity. Again, big corporates. Fuck them, man. It's like impossible to be an ethical consumer in late stage capitalism. Oh God, Megalich, you had a friend who did diabetes pills diet. It's very dangerous. Due to sugar addict, tried to go sugar free. That's the thing. If you have a lot of sugar and cut it out, you will get very sick. You will get sick. Same as caffeine. Megalich, you have a theory? Do you have a theory about dinosaurs? Is a theory I have, which is my theory. I have developed this theory about dinosaurs. That they're very skinny at one end and much, much bigger in the middle and skinny again at the other end. Dr. Abigail distracted by a giant fluffy cat. Now getting food. Also, Megalich, it didn't actually help your friend. Well, that's doubly bad because it's also fucking dangerous. I was thinking of not Klaus Barbie. He was a Nazi. There's a famous movie of it with Jeremy Irons. These society folk in I think it was New York, and the woman died, and the husband was put on trial for murder, and he got let off. And a lot of people thought he was guilty. He just had a really stunning legal team. One of the things that came up was the two of them injecting insulin, even though they weren't diabetic, because there was a belief that helped them lose weight. Yes, Dr. Abigail with the words, if you're going off sugar and or caffeine, do it slowly because it'll make you very fucking sick. Oh, that's interesting. The people who got laid off by Coles ended up at Woolies. There you go. Well, shop Woolies, I guess. Workers unite. Oof. People... Okay, I'm talking about losing weight at the moment, and that is a hot button issue, can be very dangerous, can be very bad for people mentally as well as physically. If you don't want to lose weight, you don't have to. And you don't have to lose weight just because there's this societal thing of you need to look a particular way. I acknowledge I'm a fat bastard, and that's the way it goes. But my primary thing for losing weight is like for my overall health And again, the whole health and weight thing is overstated. I think there's good evidence for that. But also, I have kind of fucked knees, and the less weight my knees have to carry, the better. So my primary reason for going back on a program to try and lose weight is for my knees and back. Secondary is aesthetics. So, yeah. If you want to lose weight, give you a trick. Sleep. Good fucking advice. Well, dude, see, I'm what am I? I think my 2-year anniversary of getting my colonoscopy because I got what turned out to be a false positive in my bowel screening test. And so they put me in hospital and did the old spit roast. One down there, a little camera down there, and one up my butt, where they did find some polyps and cut them out. They weren't cancerous, but it's the sort of thing that could have been cancerous down the years. So, net gain for me. And the anaesthetist said, yeah, I think you've got sleep apnea. You should do a sleep study. I did a sleep study. I've got sleep apnea. And so now I use a CPAP machine. And pretty much everyone says, oh, if you have sleep apnea, that's like a huge fucking health risk for a whole spectrum of reasons. A CPAP machine, literal lifesaver. So, yeah. Again, I love that Mega Leech. That is literally true. Like, we think like, oh, I should take a huge shit, then I'll lose some weight. But that apparently is literally true. Most of the excess calories go out through breath you exhale. You actually exhale more calories than you shit, which is fucking wild. Also, and I said this before, that's my argument against intelligent design, aka creationism, for people who are trying to pretend they're not magically thinking about creation. The human body has not been intelligently designed. At best, semi-intelligently designed. You know what? I haven't done this for a while. I'm going to score the various bits of the body and how it works. And I'll start with a high note, sex, A+. I'm really glad that we enjoy sex when done right. A+ for sex. Now, the excretory system, which we're just talking about here, D. That is not good. Like, why the fuck do we not just... Why is it not all exhaled? Why don't we just exude waste through our pores or something? The whole shitting and pissing thing is ridiculous, is terrible design. I hate it. So the excretory system is a D. Disease, all the various things we can get, cancers and disease, F. That's ridiculous. Nobody would design a body that was susceptible to all those things. It's fucking ridiculous. That's terrible. Also, the aging process, F, as far as I'm concerned. Things just going along and suddenly your bones hurt, your eyes stop working, your hearing goes. That's some bullshit. And just being really incapacitated as you get older, that's some fucking bullshit. The whole aging thing is dumb. That's dumb. I don't like that. That's an F. Ugh. So, yeah, honestly, what else is there about the body? I've said all the things I don't... Is there any... Oh, okay, taste. I really enjoy tasting things. So the whole eating and drinking and whatnot, rather than... I much prefer eating and drinking to photosynthesis, okay? Photosynthesis would be functional, but eating and drinking and actually enjoying eating and drinking things, that's good. Although maybe I'd make it a B because we're prone to do excess, but I still like it. So the whole eating and having taste and stuff, that's a B. That's a pretty good one. It's got some fun. And yes, Jason, I do actually love that little rant of Stephen Fry's about, but what if God exists? Well, I would take God to account. Why the fuck do you do terrible things or allow terrible things to happen? Oh yeah, Rays. On the one level, it is actually easy to find healthy food. It's just easier to find crap, processed food, sugars. Oh my god, dude, you are bang on the fucking money there. You are absolutely right. We are just all this easy to consume stuff is pushed at us that's hyper processed with sugars and carb, and it's bad. But it tastes good, and I have a weakness. Okay. And our propensity to believe things that aren't true, which is the thing that we're all susceptible to. That's bad. Why are our brains so fucked? Our perceptions get screwed up, mental health. The fact that our brains are so fucking untrustworthy. I kind of like brains. I probably only give brains a C. Like they get a passing grade, but just barely because they fuck up so much. Yeah, Ray's spot on, man. Media pushing the how you should look agenda. And yes, it is perfectly, and I hate people who reject this. It is perfectly possible to be healthy and overweight. I'm overweight and not healthy. I'll just throw that out there for now. But yeah, and that's why I'm very conscious of have positive reasons for wanting to lose weight. I understand someone going, if I lose all this weight or if I never eat or whatever, I'll be sexy and people will love me. I understand it. It's not healthy though. That's why my primary focus is my poor old knees and back would be happier if they didn't have to support so much weight. Aesthetics a second. I will absolutely admit to aesthetics are there. Oh, swinging out of left field, Rottweiler dude. Hot chips with Carolina Reaper sauce. Hardcore. I'm sad to, or I have to admit, I don't know if I'm sad to say it, but I have to admit, super white when it comes to spices. I will leave you to your Carolina Reapers. No one can embarrass me to be a dad. No, I am not going to eat super hot, spicy things. I'm just not. Yeah, Rays, it is very sad when someone thinks their appearance is the only thing that makes them worthy of love or respect. And fucking hell, man, all the media pushes it. I love that, Rays. Oh, dude, Bert your asshole. What are going? I did a thing years ago. A YouTube friend he wanted to do. It was almost like a challenge. We were doing a thing for Meetup. He got a bottle of really spicy Nando's sauce. Like they'd sell you their really spicy sauce. And he was seeing how much he could drink of it. He's drinking this super spicy sauce. And he'd do a huge gulp and then he was almost throwing up, but he survived it. And then he's like, oh God. And then I got text from him hours later, like, oh my God, it's so much worse coming out because he's like shitting fire and it's burning his asshole. And it was just like, oh, dude, I feel so bad that you did that. Jason, your left knee. It was actually pretty even between my two knees. I've gone to a physio last month or two who I've seen huge improvement. He's given me some exercises. But yeah, I think if I combine that with some weight loss over the next 6 months, my knees will be much more favorable to me. Oh, Rays, no. Yeah, habanero sauce on a breakfast burrito. Yeah, and you thought about it later. God damn. Oh. Yeah, no. I even admit, if I go to an Indian restaurant or, any restaurant that has spicy stuff and they're going, do you want it like hot or mild? And I go mild. And I need to stress that's the white person version of mild. Okay. Just to be absolutely clear, I'm like the whitest white guy you will get in here. I don't go that great with spices. So But I do like very mildly spicy Indian, Mexican, Southeast Asian food. See, Safi, you're a bit of a madman there, liking the Nando's spicy food. Haven't talked about AIDSy for a little while, but that was another thing we had with AIDSy where at meetup, someone would go, let's go get a cheeky Nando's, and AIDSy go, I'll hang out for a little while, but I'll have to go outside because his allergy, and it was a life-threatening allergy to chili, was so severe. If he went into a Nando's, there was enough of it in the air that his eyes would start to water and it would start to get difficult for him to breathe, and he'd have to go outside. Oh no, Ray's your American fiance grew up with Mexican. That's like my friend Corey, Mr. Safety, because he grew up in Southern California. So he has grown up with real Mexican food. Put that green sauce on it. Megalich is a spicy foods guy. Oh God, Ray's. Okay, you know it was spicy when the farts burned too. Oof. Oh, Safa went out there, had a Macca's potato scallop. I think of it like McDonald's once in the last year, which is also possibly once in the last 5 years. But there's a great fish and chip shop locally that does potato scallops. And yes, I'm from New South Wales, country New South Wales, so I say potato scallops. So there's a fish and chip shop that if I wanted a potato scallop, that's where I'd get it. Although there would be a certain amount of curiosity with the McDonald's one. I do admit that. Oh no, run out of chicken salt. Well, life's not worth living at that point. Chicken salt fucking rocks. Oh, Jesus, Rays. Okay, so your fiance gave you Honduras food. Oof. Again, yes, these are people who know how to cook, but fucking killer spices. Really brutal spices. Serious shit. Okay. Let's do this. 3.15 for 2 potato cakes. I'm actually not sure how much my fish and chip shop owners. Yeah, no, apparently it's getting quite hard to get potatoes at the moment. I think that's an offshoot of the floods we had. Wait, did I already have? I don't know. I'm having some more of this. After this, God, we're coming up on 9:20. All right, I should have something non-alcoholic after this. Getting quite frustrated I can't get any Cappy sodas anywhere at the moment. Not the ones I like. There was this brief period where they were easy to get. On the website, you can only get like 48 of one flavor. I don't want 48 of one flavor. I want mixed ones of different flavors. See, that's how they get you, Rays. You're going to be big man, big dick energy. Going to eat mee goreng hot sauce. Yeah. Oh God, and I'm pretty sure I've told this story before, but years ago I worked with a woman. She was from Malaysia, and they like their fucking spices there. And there was an Indian place near where we were working, which I quite like going for lunch. And me being a white guy, I'd get the butter chicken, and it was super yummy. And I go there with her because I've told her it was good. And she looks at what they have, and she's this was a takeaway place, right? A little banh mi thing, and they had vindaloo, which they had a warning, very hot. And she goes, I'll have the vindaloo. And the guys behind the counter are kind of like, okay, that's actually really hot. Are you sure you want it? And she's going, I know what I want. And again, she was more like one of the most demure people, but you don't want to get on the wrong side of her. I'm like, guys, no, don't fucking challenge her, okay? So she got the vindaloo and took a little taste of it. And they had this thing like condiments, and one of them was this thing of chili paste. And she just keeps putting chili paste on it. And these Indian guys behind the counter start going, the fuck is this? And it's like they were trying to say, like, oh, you won't like it. And I'm like, guys, no, don't upset her. She knows what and she was just piling chili paste onto it. And she loved it. Apparently that's growing up in Malaysia. Dude, I still have a Pepsi Max habit. Actually, maybe I'll have a Pepsi Max. Don't want to have a full-scale energy drink. Maybe this time of night an Pepsi Max. Oh no, yeah, Safa. European food least spicy, definitely. Right, Weiler, dude. Well, you get a legit Indian restaurant. Their hot stuff is gonna be super fucking hot. Is there a Spice Master ranking system? Australia's number one Spice Master Transform. There you go. There's an official ranking system for people who are into spices. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bonk, bonk. Chicka, chicka. I should clear out some of these little bottles, little sample bottles. My Bakery Hill peated malt cask strength is empty. I'm not going to use these little bottles for anything. Classic malt cask strength is empty. God, I've got all those fucking scotches. Yeah, Rays, I've heard that, but then I also heard people say it wasn't true. I'd always heard that in a lot of places where they have super spicy food, it's because they didn't have refrigeration and it helped keep the meat safe, or it covered up the taste of meat that was bad. But then I've heard other people go, no, that's some colonialist bullshit. I actually don't know what the real answer is. Dude, the pandemic took away diet caffeine-free Dr. Pepper. God damn. Well, that's just harsh. Oh, wowzers. Okay, there is hot pepper competitions. There you go. Oh, shit. In the US, Jason, one of the funniest videos I've ever seen was a chili eating competition at, a state fair. Those state fairs in the US. And I think it was Texas, but it was a southern state. So it was a state that like bordered with Mexico. And all these people, they got bowls of like super hot chilies. And they're just, and you see them going, oh no, and they're agonizing as they chew it up. And they're making a big scene. It's so fucking hot. And there's this one dude, big chunky dude, wearing a cowboy hat. And he's absolutely expressionless. And he just keeps going, chomp. No expression. He's eating them at a slower pace than some others, but completely consistently and not reacting at all. He's just going chomp, chomp. And he's doing it for a while. And then there was a close up. And then you just see like sweat running down the side of his head. And there was just something about this guy not reacting, but his body's just going, oh my God, we're fucked. We're going to die. And he's starting to sweat. And yes, dude, I think it's probably a jalapeno. But it's just this dude who didn't react at all, but started sweating. Sorry, American food's awesome. It went over believing it's terrible. I think the stuff from the big chains is terrible, but the real food, like, oh man, I think the American South, I would go fucking nuts. Like the regional barbecue, that's all a little bit different as you go to different regions. I reckon I'd be so into that. It's just that the big chains are pretty terrible. Abigail's back with food. Nice. No. I'm back with drinks. That is yummy. But actually, when I finish that, which won't be in a hurry, mind you, but I will finish it, might actually take a little toilet break. G up a bit of video, maybe. Maybe something with AZ, because he's not with us anymore, but we have our memories. Let's try. All right. Let's trying to work it out. Oh. Ugh. Oh, I had something in my head there, and then I forgot. Wait, no, I remembered it again. Heine, you want a video where he drops his DAX? We don't want any nudity on here. YouTube. What YouTube am I logged into here? All right, that's the right one. Let's see. Because I'd been watching a couple AIDSy videos recently, so it was recommending AIDSy videos to me. So there might just be one there that will catch my eye. But as I scroll through, I am not seeing AIDSy videos. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Any AIDSy videos? Because I thought like a random one. You know, it would just be the universe telling me what to watch. No, although I thought of something else that I could maybe watch. Let's see. Let us see. All right. I'm actually looking for the AIDSy memorial video. I had a link to it because the original link I had didn't work, but then we got a link that did work. No, I'm just scrolling through. God, how much stuff's been posted here already? That's Code Grey. Okay, so it's not here. Oh, it's probably on Discord, actually. I should open Discord. I know. Dr. Abigail, I could have been doing about. I'll let me see. Oh, neat. Sorry, Megaly, you shared a picture of your the skirt you were talking about. Looks very cool. I like it. Oh, my fucking brain. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to bring this up. Oh, so. All right, Vimeo, come the fucking farm. All right, I know what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to get this lined up. What I said at AIDSy's memorial. And I probably didn't say half of what I wanted to say, quite honestly. I was happy with the speech I did make because it wasn't prepared. And, but yeah, in retrospect, there's probably a bunch of other stuff I would have liked to have said. But pretty happy with what I did say. So, all right, got that happening. All right. Oh, Raze, I didn't know you were on my Discord. Oh, that's a photo. Okay. I am going to fucking share this. Raze just shared this photo and it fucking rocks. Hi, Musical Aviator. Pilot friend started pilot job. Ah, they're moving away. I assume they have a job they like. Share this screen. Look at that. That photo's fucking awesome. That is a really good photo, Raze. I fucking love that. That is really good. All right. I need to do that and do that. That is a killer fucking photo, dude. I love it. Nice way to discover you're on my Discord, by the way. Posting a fucking kick-ass photo. Really good. All right. No, I'm still drinking this. Still drinking this. Okay, it's merely 9:30. Yeah, I think I definitely need to. God, maybe I'll actually. Okay, I might do something radical and just drink some fucking water. Yeah, dude. Well, you've got an eye. Again, there's a whole. You can, of course, learn all the tricks in Photoshop and whatnot to accentuate a photo, but there's the basic thing of having the eye for composition, which anyone can learn. And that photo tells me you've got it. Oh, yes, you're a ninja staying in the shadow. But when you come out of the shadows, you make it count. Yeah, and because my dad was a photographer. Yeah, you know. Most of his work was weddings and whatnot. So he's a commercial photographer, but he did photography for 30 years and more than that. And so he had a real eye, and he taught me all that stuff about composition and framing and whatnot. And that picture tells me you actually have the eye for composition. Yeah, so learning the tricks with Photoshop and stuff absolutely rocks and is a big thing. But it's basically, I guess, being exposed to all the stuff my dad did. He had such a good eye. I worked out that people who were working as commercial photographers fell into sort of three camps. There were the ones who basically kind of sucked. Their photos were very uninspired, and maybe there was no real technical problems with them, but they're very uninspired. And then I'd see ones, and I'd see their work and go, I feel like you've seen a good photographer or you've looked at good photographers and you're copying them. So you're like in the learning stages of good composition and framing and whatnot. But I look at your photos and there's no sense of inspiration in them. And then there were the ones who were just really fucking good. And my dad had a lot of faults. I won't necessarily go into them here, but he had a lot of faults. But he was a really fucking good photographer. So here's a funny thing. You can grow up in country towns and someone can be super fucking racist against Aborigines, but have Aboriginal friends and be genuinely friends with these individuals and, would go into bat for them and whatnot. But at the same time, be super fucking racist. It's weird. It's probably not limited to country towns, but I feel like it's more pronounced in country towns. Someone would have Aboriginal friends, but also be super fucking racist. And that was also me. I feel like I grew out of it. I feel like I learned and whatnot. But much like admitting I dressed up as Hitler, Dom Peritet's got nothing on me. I feel it's important that I acknowledge that for much of my life growing up in Dubbo, I was very much a product of that environment. And I was racist, homophobic, sexist. I was a fucking jerk, quite honestly. I like to think I outgrew it, but I think it's extremely important that I acknowledge that that was real. That I was a fucking jerk, product of my environment, but a fucking jerk. All right, I am going to have wee breaks. I'm going to show you, for anyone who hasn't seen it, what I said. I made a little speech at AIDS's memorial, and I don't need to be here for this, and I'll switch my microphone off and I'll start this. If this goes off the rails, it's what he would have wanted. I'm old, so I still use Facebook. And I actually really enjoy the Facebook memories thing. I delete the bits I don't like. I swear to God, this morning I'm scrolling down, 5 years to the day, we posted a picture on yonder hill. And I thought, okay, that's not weird. Scroll down, 6 years to the day, there's another picture that we posted from one of our YouTube meetups. Scroll 7 years to the day. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to forget, okay? I know it's today. Oh my God. Okay. So we actually met at Mitchell. It was still a college when I was there. Fuck universities. We did theatre media. My final year was his first year. We did a show together. A lot of fun, apart from the night he accidentally kicked me in the balls. And then I basically had no contact with him for 10 years. 10 years or so later, Melbourne International Comedy Festival. My lovely partner and I, we're lined up to see a show. There's a few rooms with shows. This dude grabs me from the line from the other show. I know you. And it's like, creepy. No, I don't have $5. What the hell? It was AIDSy, and he was directing a show in the next room, Dave Show. And he was obviously getting ready for the show. He was completely engrossed in it, and he saw me, and he made it all about me. And that was AIDSy. This was actually not long before the notorious necrotizing fasciitis. So then I was really immersed in AIDSy world at that point. Oh, fun fact, we drove to Canberra once, middle of winter, and I'd made some snacks for the way, just some wraps. They had like garlic and dip and blue cheese, which I thought was awesome. He thought was disgusting. I learned if you go through chemotherapy, which he did for rheumatoid arthritis, your sense of smell is changed. And if someone burps garlic in your face, it doesn't matter if you're going 100 kilometers an hour down the Hume Highway, you want to throw up then and there. So, yeah, learning process. So AIDSy, lots of illnesses, as we know. But then he asked me about YouTube, because I'd been doing YouTube. And there was this remarkable thing where he could continue to create and communicate with relatively minimal physical impact, like live comedy, huge physical impact. YouTube, not so much. So speaking about He's Never Gone, there is more than a decade of incredibly questionable material on YouTube. I was looking at one the other day, care and feeding of your tardy. And that all came out of him. We were with some friends, and there was a dumpster, and he said, you know what would be a funny video? If you decided you were sick of me and you threw me out and you tossed me up onto the dumpster. And we're like, what? And it became a public service announcement of, you know, they're fun to have around for a while, but make sure you dispose of them properly. So if you do look it up, it's all his fault and all that stuff.
My God. And so I did put a little video together. It's on my channel, Angry Aussie. There's also a channel, AZ Code Grey, that besides having the Code Grey live show on it, has a lot of rehearsal and behind the scenes and interview stuff. And I was searching for some particular bits I wanted, just a light tribute for AZ, talking about life, death, the afterlife, everything in between. I had to look at his dick so many times. Just trying to find the right thing. I videoed the shows, basically. Anyway, I won't steal his thunder. I'm going to sign off, just to summarize what he said, because I asked him, is this not a bit scary? You've had all these challenges. You're doing this show where you literally say fuck death in it. I'm not superstitious, but should you be doing that? To summarize these views, don't be scared of death. Death does come for us all, but death is nothing. Death is a whiny junkie who's jealous of you. If you've ever drawn breath, you've beaten death. You're everything death can never be. Death has no power over you. And these final words from Code Grey, Adrian Kalir, Clan Kalir, born on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin. The dude is fucking immortal!
Okay. So yes, that was my largely impromptu talk at AIDS's memorial. I'd been thinking about it for a week, but no one had officially told me if I was going to have an opportunity to talk. It was only on the day. The good Reverend Dr. Tim did it. Yes, Toby, it's what you had to say. Also, humorously, the guy who was next to me, who worked with AIDSy on Code Grey, he had scripted his stuff, and his final line that he had scripted was the Adrian Kalir, Clan Kalir from the shores of Lake Burley Griffin, I am immortal. He had scripted that to be his final line, and I kind of stole his thunder. Kind of funny. Raise. No, that was a thing that came up in various people's speeches as well. People saying like, what? He just fucking got sideswiped by pneumonia? No, he should have died being hit by a meteor or something. It's such an anticlimax. Safa, everyone was getting... I have to talk to boss of the house about getting a takeaway portion of AIDSy. Seriously, AIDSy was cremated and bits of him were being shared. And also, I'm going to be a pedant here, Safa. The character in Fury Road was a Morton, not a mortal. A Morton Joe. But Immortal AIDSy, definitely. He affected so many people. He produced so much. There is so much record. Dr. Abigail, you've requested a take-home portion of AIDSy. Nice. Well, see, Megaleech, because I never knew what the final service was going to be with AIDSy. So I didn't know if it was going to be a coffin or if he'd been cremated. Turns out he'd been cremated. I was going to say someone ought to check, but honestly, if he's powder. Micro USB, how you doing? Oh, all right. So this is just lemonade. I was going to drink water, but I had some lemonade I'd made up, and I thought I should drink that. This is me learning the error of my ways. Wait, did I? Yeah, okay, I'm recharging. I forgot to, because I don't know if anyone remembers from the start, I spilt a whole drink and I was worried about electrocuting myself because it landed on the power adapters, my laptop and whatnot. So I switched them off at the power point and I forgot to switch them back on, and I just got a warning, hey, your battery's about to run out. So yeah. Yes, we certainly did see the news stories about the 6-year-old who shot his teacher, which is fucked up. Safa, do you reckon you brought the bad weather? Because the weather was fucked, my brother. The weather was fucked that day. Like it didn't rain the day before. It didn't rain the day after. but it was like AIDS's sense of humor. Oh yeah, I should get a whole bunch of people together in the open in a park to commemorate me, and it should be windy and pissing down rain on them. That he would find that hilarious. Yeah, Toby, the online AIDSy archive is, and I feel like you joined the Facebook memorial thing too, and that's a whole thing, because there are basically three circles of AIDSy people, three circles of people AIDSy interacted with and influenced, and there are the theatre media people, the people who did the course that I did, which is where I met AIDSy. So there's those uni people. There are the comedy people from when AIDSy was doing comedy, and then there are the YouTube people, and there is some crossover in those groups, but it's very interesting because there are people who know AIDSy for very different reasons. They knew him at very different times, and they knew him in very different ways. And that's where I think this sort of Facebook, it's called Memories of AIDSy. I think this Facebook group's going to be very interesting and very useful for people to see how AIDSy affected other people. And yes, Alan Bro was there at the memorial. He's probably the most famous person who was at the memorial. And Micro, he'd fucking love that dude. Get some AIDSy ashes, roll them into a blunt, and inhale him. That's actually a Celtic tradition for Warlord Shefton to be cremated, and for his people to put the ashes in their pipe and ingest them. So he would be 1,000,000% on board with that. I don't have my take-home portion of AIDSy yet. I'm going to have to talk to boss of the house to see if that is running out or not. I'm always tempted to another AIDSy video that not randomly, it popped up on YouTube because I'd been watching other AIDSy videos. It's 9.5 years ago. It was like May 2013. He had to go back to Canberra because he had a very bad health thing. Like he was in an induced coma, and while that was happening, it's like someone had to look after him. So there was a plan made to move him to Canberra so his parents could look after him, which he was not completely on board with, but had to happen. And so he spent a few months, maybe as much as 6 months in Canberra, which he was not that keen on. And he defied all odds and came back to Melbourne. But this one video, that was a response to something I'd said to him in the video about his views on death, which was actually slightly different. And honestly, quite inspiring. So yeah, AIDSy was definitely a dude who spent a shit ton of time thinking about death because he was so close to it for so long. So I'm maybe a wheelchair thing. That's a Code Grey, Life and Death, our live stream. AIDSy intro. So I'm looking at the things that come up when I search him. AIDSy has a very odd dream indeed. He's a very weird guy. AIDSy drug diaries. That could be a good one. All these weird videos where we did stream of consciousness stuff for so much. All right, I am going to have a look at something. See if I can find it. I just love like AZ's drug. We've got a playlist called AZ's Drug Diaries. One's called Still in Hospital, Free at Last, Soldiering On, Not a Great Day, 3 weeks and counting, Still Going in the New Year, False Binaries, Day-to-Day Life in Detox, Pain Relief, AZ Update, AZ Update, AZ Update. Oh, the dude had so many misadventures. Yes, Toby, the only 3 minutes left to live. Yes, it's really good. Yeah, Micro, I agree. Pneumonia seems like an 1800s way to die. It's ridiculous. Also, the AZ was just like severely immunocompromised. It's a miracle he lasted the last 20 years. Oh, Christ. Oh, that's a big one, Rays. Now that he can't be convicted, wilder stories. Obviously, they all involve drugs. The guy fucking did so much. But it's in Code Grey. There's a bit in Code Grey where he talks about, like, you know how you can't get codeine anymore? And it's because it's found that it was being abused. I think that was literally entirely AZ's fault, because there was a period where he was consuming literally hundreds of codeine tablets a day, like over the counter, like Nurofen Plus, because that didn't upset his tummy as much as Panadol did. And he was literally consuming hundreds of, like, the amount of time he had to dedicate, because it was just like, take a pill, have a drink. Over the course of a day, it was actually a reasonable chunk of his day was just about consuming these painkillers. And yes, you're right, Dr. Abigail, pneumonia fucks people up. Even when it doesn't kill them. I remember a few years ago, someone I was working with, she was young. I think she was less than 30. And she had got pneumonia and it fucking floored her. And after being off work for several weeks, because she was a contractor, she couldn't afford to stay off work. So she would come in and she would last a day, maybe two. And the effort of coming into an office and doing stuff for a day or two would just fucking level her. And then she'd be gone for another day or two. And then she'd recuperate a bit and come back in. And then she'd be out again. Like, pneumonia is brutal as fuck. And yeah, Ray's AZ was just, dude, he was so bad. If the joke about him accidentally doing porn is one of my favorites, but that's life in Canberra, basically. So, Ray's, you had long-term effects from COVID. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. I was so fucking lucky with COVID. Mine never got worse than a mild cold. And so I was a bit tired for a week. But so many people I know copped it with it. And fuck, people have got long COVID, like a year or so of ongoing health issues. It's fucked. And yet, like, Safa, the overwhelming majority of people who get COVID suffer somewhere from no to mild symptoms. Like, it's, but the fact is, like, 50% of people get sick. And then it's like, oh, the fringe gets worse and worse and worse, obviously. And it kills like 1% of people, or whatever. Toby, I think that's a yes and no about keeping in touch. They didn't want to be in touch with him when they found out he was under 18. AZ was... Okay, yeah, okay, AZ can't be prosecuted. AZ was involved in organized crime for a number of years. He was involved in trafficking drugs interstate for fucking mobsters. He has told this story obliquely multiple times when he was alive. See, also, Dr. Abigail, long COVID sound remarkably similar to chronic fatigue. So quite a few people who suffer all the variations of chronic fatigue were like, oh, now maybe a significant larger chunk of the population are suffering a very similar illness, it might be taken seriously. Might, then again, might not. But yeah, no, Safa, apparently, the way AZ tells it, the ACT was the fucking Wild West. It was like crime, violence, whatnot. But yeah, no, he got involved with mobsters, and he was doing crime for a few years for fucking mobsters. No, he wasn't hurting people, but he was stealing shit and doing all this wild shit for mobsters. Definitely running drugs interstate. So, and yeah, that was basically AIDS, Dr. Abigail. Be gay, do crime. He spent a big chunk of the late 80s being gay and doing crimes. There you go, Nettie. Your ex grew up in Canberra and told you similar stories. Well, okay. One of my favorite ones, and AZ did tell this on the stream multiple times. He went to the same uni as me, Mitchell in Bathurst, country, New South Wales. And he said, AZ's first year was my third year. And he told the story. He was living on campus in his first year, and he told the story. They're in the on-campus accommodation, and the person who was running the dorm, okay, well, your first years, you're here in a week. Okay, who here's from Canberra? And a few people put their hands up, and it's like, okay, you got to come with me for a special thing, okay? And they're like, okay, and they go with they were called the resident tutor, the RT. They go with the RT into a room, and the RT goes, okay, now no one's around. You have to give me your knives. And they just laughed and went, you're funny. We don't have knives. And he goes, no. You have to give me your knives. You cannot carry knives. That's a bad thing. You don't need them, and you will be arrested and face jail time if you're caught with them. And they're going, but okay, so you got me. I'm carrying a knife, but I have to have a knife because if I don't have a knife, the other guy with a knife will stab me. And he's going, you're not in Canberra anymore. The other guy doesn't have a knife. No one here has a knife. You have to give me your knife. At the end of semester, when you have learned you never needed it, I will give it back to you and you can take it back to Canberra and don't bring it back here. But now you have to give me your knife. And he was embellishing it and making it more colorful, but he was basically doing the thing that it was kind of normal to carry a knife in Canberra. Dr. Abigail, that's an interesting and complex point. Crimes hurting people. The majority of the criminal code everywhere exists to protect the ruling class and to protect capitalists, protect the capitalist system. I am very against crimes that have a direct victim. And context means a lot in those things. And yes, if you do crime as a default, you're probably going to hurt someone. Being a criminal, not good for a number of reasons. The system, certainly corrupt and fucked, but leading a criminal life is almost inevitably going to lead you to hurt people. I think it's an at least slightly complex issue. I like that, Jude. The Wizard of Oz. Don't think we're in Canberra anymore. And yes, Rays in various, and this happened in Australia, this happened in America, happened in Russia, and all those things were, a lot of them did start to fight corrupt governments, but then they become corrupt and evil themselves. Oh yeah, but again, Micro, the whole criminalization of drugs, that's a whole different thing, and it's more the institutional treatment of drug use that causes a problem. And no, Safra, I never went to the Tamworth Country Music Festival. Fucking hate country music. And to the best of my knowledge, Canberra never improved its image. Still a shithole. I've not heard even a rumor that Canberra has improved its image. The whole crime thing was secret. And yeah, Nettie, that is a reasonable point. Crime gangs very often have their birth in failed states or oppressive states. It's just that they usually end up becoming a tool of violence and oppression as well. So I also never knew the knife and crime thing in Canberra without AIDSy. Also, let's be honest, AIDSy was more than a tad prone to embellish anyone who watched a lot of streams will know at various times I pulled him up when he was just very confidently spouting something, and I felt compelled to say, that's not true. That is, you were just saying that, and you're saying it really confidently, and you're making it sound real, but I know it's not real. That's not real. That's the thing you do. Oh, again, I see. Well, that's a fun thing. I'm like, so Rays, painters and dockers who notoriously did get involved with crime. I am super pro-union, but any institution that has power can become corrupted. As I say, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. But the fact that there is some corruption in unions is not an argument against unions. And I'm not suggesting you were saying that was an argument against unions. I'm just saying generally. Because also the institutions unions are fighting against are orders of magnitude more corrupt than unions. Yeah, Jude, an actual real thing, not said as an insult. AIDSy absolutely did suffer some brain damage from repeated induced comas. He freely admitted part of the effect was a lack of impulse control. But yeah, that was actually absolutely, AIDSy did suffer some brain damage which affected his behavior. Yeah, Micro, we do get country music. Look, there's good country music. There's just bad country music. My personal tastes, country music has more bad than good. But, there's good country music, definitely. Yeah, Rays, I would actually support the painters and dockers over the people they were fighting against, like basically over the employers and the government. Oh, yes. No, and that was the other thing he freely admitted. He did way too heavy on the whippets, which caused him some brain damage. Oh, yeah, Safa, not that I want to say anything actionable. John Setka is a fucking textbook example of someone abusing a position of power. I think that's been established in courts, actually. So I don't think I'm really open to anything actionable there. Yes, Raise the painters and dockers, not the Fremantle dockers, but not completely unrelated. That is probably a reference to a union. So, Jude, you think Bob's had enough chronic infection fabricated? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're speaking from experience, from someone with chronic illness. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, AIDSy was pretty open about the various things he's done and been through did actually involve brain damage. So, but yes, I did occasionally feel compelled to pull him up and say, I can't let you just say that, because you say it really confidently and you make it sound really true. And I know what you're saying is not true. Micro, yes, is the short answer. Okay, the classic Aussie country. A guy's been dead for ages, but he was like 6 decades of recording country music, recorded so much. Slim Dusty. I mean, is that not a fantastic name for a country singer? Slim Dusty. That guy was a fucking legend. And I swear, like, he performed for like 6 decades before he died. And yes, the band Painters and Dockers, I have the 12-inch single of Die Yuppie Die, which is fucking hilarious. Painters and Dockers were very funny. I think Die Yuppie Die was their high point. That's fucking hilarious from the 80s. But they're also a really funny one I think you can find on YouTube. You're going home in the back of a divvy van. Painters and Dockers were very funny, in my opinion. Oh, God, Micro, what are you doing? You found a way to boil water in your car so you can make coffee in a French press. My God. Okay. Ugh. Oh, yeah, Razor. Sorry you're saying can't say Australian music without that name, Slim Dusty. Duncan's his mate. I like to have a beer with Duncan because Duncan's me mate. Okay, so here's also a funny thing about country music in Australia. Okay, Australia, quite a racist country, particularly in the early mid-20th century, but huge country and country and Western attracted sort of super fucking redneck country people. But huge country and Western star, Jimmy Little, Indigenous Australian, huge star, embraced by white people. Complicated. I like that as a take, Micro. Slim Dusty, skinny penis that doesn't ever get wet. And yeah, Nettie, there is definitely good country music. There's definitely good country music. So it's not a genre that I'm super attracted to. Like in the US, definitely not mainstream country music, but sort of bluegrass stuff and that roots music in the South, stuff that's quite closely aligned with the blues. I can get into that. Nettie, I don't hate John Williamson. Not a huge John Williamson fan, though. I think he's a bit more mainstream. As I say, don't hate him, but not a huge fan of John Williamson. Jason, perfect. Pour one out for Cardinal Pell. Mainly bin juice. Yeah, Pell's just one of those people, and it's like, man, I wish that shit you preached was true, because if it was, there is zero doubt you would be in hell for eternity. Just bitch. Oh, yes, Nettie. Okay, Red Gum. Red Gum were a big crossover between an Australian style country folk music and mainstream pop. I actually saw Red Gum live once, which was a good show, honestly. And Micro, I'm sure there is a porn called Bushwhackers. I feel confident. Jude, there's actually a country song called I Gave Her the Ring, She Gave Me the Finger. Gosh. Jason, who was on John Safran versus God? It was sus back then. Oh, Pell. Yeah, no. Okay. So I don't think you can have any action taken against you now that Pell's dead. but being very circumspect. Say, if you talk to someone who works in the field of sex crimes, particularly child sexual abuse, and if you put it to them, here's a scenario. There is a man who is the most powerful person in the country in a very powerful organization. We know for a fact that organization has an incredibly widespread problem with sexual abuse. We know this individual has been dogged by allegations for decades. We know for a fact this individual chose to protect the institution over people who were victims of abuse. We know for a fact this individual lived, as in shared accommodation, with the worst convicted offender in this institution. We know for a fact this individual actively defended this worst offender before he was convicted. With all that in mind, with the allegations that had dogged this individual for decades, the police made a decision to launch a prosecution. Now, the police, for those who don't realize it, the police won't place charges if they aren't quite confident they will get a conviction. A lot of people don't realize it. Police generally only charge someone when they have a reasonable amount of confidence they'll get a conviction. The next tier is the prosecutors. The prosecutors are very unwilling to launch a prosecution that unless they think they will win a conviction. So given this person, who is the most powerful person in the country in a very powerful institution that has this terrible track record, he has a terrible track record. If the police bring charges because they believe the charges are true, and the prosecutor launches prosecution because they believe they will get a conviction, what are the chances this person isn't guilty? And if you talk to anyone who works in the field, the answer is going to be basically zero. There is basically no chance this person isn't guilty. Now, everyone deserves a presumption of innocence in criminal cases. Everyone deserves a defense in criminal cases. But I'm just talking reality. Someone who fit that profile I just said, who's brought up on charges, the chances of them not being guilty, basically zero. So, and all their creepy defenders are super fucking creepy. Oh, I like that, Micro. That's a loving and exploratory relationship. Your ex gave you the finger because she really loved you. Ugh. Erase, don't even get me started on Jimmy Savile. The number of people in the British establishment who protected Jimmy Savile fucking sickens me. Like, Jimmy Savile, monster, absolute monster. But the degree to which he was protected by the establishment does my fucking brain in. It's absolutely stunning. So Jason, you're saying of all the people Safran interviewed, Pell was unpleasant. Yeah, no, he was an awful person. Oh yeah, no, Rays, I've seen that video of John Lydon, it's like late 70s, early 80s, saying we all know about Jimmy Savile. And Jesus Christ, fucking I've said this before, the guy who wrote Trainspotting, Irvine Welsh, he had a series of short stories. One, and this was published in the 90s, and one of them was obviously about Jimmy Savile. And it was just like, so it was obviously an open secret in the British establishment how bad Jimmy Savile was. And he was protected up to and past his death. It was fucking freaky. So, Nita, what have you been listening to? That singer reacting to Australian music. Oh, okay. Oh, Cold Chisel and Jimmy Barnes' voice. There's a particular thing for Jimmy Barnes's voice. If you're into that, as a lad, I was into Cold Chisel. Cold Chisel actually came to Dubbo once, their Circus Animals tour, and I snuck backstage, and it was cool. I was well into Cold Chisel when I was a lad. So, Micro, the big issue in Japan. Oh, yeah, you do get some very complex issues in Japan, actually. And again, I think as an outsider, we can very easily misinterpret what's happening in Japan as well. Yes. King of all media. I'm not exactly sure who we're talking about there, but there are certainly awful, awful, awful people doing awful things in the world. So, Toby, what am I into? In what way? That's a very broad question. All right, Stern. Oh yeah, no. I know you know Stern's personality. He's awful. Oh, Micro, there is okay. If you want to know about Jimmy Savile, Savill, he was huge in the UK for like 3 decades on TV. Huge, absolutely fucking huge. There is a very chilling doco about him on Netflix. He was a monster. He was actually possibly a serial killer. Oh, unless you meant Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy Barnes was the lead singer of Cold Chisel. He was recently immortalized in memes of the screaming cowboy. That he's super sick of Chisel. I mean, I probably stopped listening to them before then. It was like mid-'80s when I was a lad in Dubbo. I was really into them. And no, we haven't talked about the Biden classified files because we don't really know what it is. It's ridiculous. I love that, Race. Can't delete the comments so you get a US visa. I get it, man. I used to get I haven't been to the US for ages, but I used to get really paranoid. Like, Christ, if this fuckhead in border control knew the shit that I'd said on YouTube, he absolutely would not let me into the country. So when I went to the US, I never took a mobile or a laptop with me because they demand to see what's on them. And I'm like, no, you can't see my YouTube. So I would never take a phone or a laptop with me to the US. So yeah, Micro, we're talking about Jimmy Savile. Absolute fucking monster. Safa, I went to US in the 90s. First time I went to the US. And then again in the noughties. So, Rays, they pulled you aside. Oh, no. Because this even happened to a friend of mine who was like unemployed. He'd, had an online relationship with an American girl. So he fucking worked all these odd jobs, saved money for over a year, flew to the US, got pulled aside by border control. Like, what's your story? Like, you don't have a job, but you can afford to hear. And so, I'm going to visit a friend I made on the internet, and they went, "No, we think you're dodgy," and they wouldn't let him in the country. And he had worked for over a year to save money for this trip, and fuck it. Rays, the worst possible thing about Jimmy Savile, he was very sympathetic to Peter Sutcliffe, serial killer known as the Yorkshire Ripper. and interviewed him in a really sympathetic way. And someone did a bit of research and worked out that because Savile was making public appearances on multiple occasions, Savile was in the same physical location that Sutcliffe was when he was killing someone. So there is a non-zero chance, on top of all the gross abuse, Jimmy Savile was a serial killer. So, hey. Toby, I have not done that much international travel. I've been to the Philippines, had an overnight stay in Japan. So technically I've been to Japan, been to the UK, been to America. I've hardly traveled at all, honestly. So, Nettie, you remember a guy, friends were living with, got busted growing pot. Oh, yeah. You don't, any sort of drug charge can stop you getting into the US. And look, it's legit, right or wrong or stupid rules or whatever. Countries can restrict who comes into them, but it's a flawed and arbitrary system. It's super fucked up. So it is majorly fucked up. So, Toby, you've done Fiji and Bali. Well, I haven't been to either of those. Yeah, dude, that was around then. I could look it up from videos. I did 2 trips to the US, which were for YouTubey things, where I did hang out with Corey, Mr. Safety. There was 1 trip with my ex, which was going to see her family. That was pre-YouTube. But there were 2 YouTube era trips. So I've been to the States 3 times? 4 times. Maybe twice with my ex, and then twice for YouTubey things. Nettie checking out weird emojis. Emojis, they're like Pokemon. They keep evolving. They keep changing. Oh, what's wrong with the fucking keyboard thing? : bracket. Smiley face. Emoticons. That's how old I am. I hate emojis. I want emoticons to come back. Yeah, that was a fun trip when Mr. Safety brought his mum to Australia. We did a trip over to South Australia, again, for another of his internet friends' wedding. But that was good. So I've been to Ukraine, Belarus, Finland, Moldova, England, US. Well, you're very well traveled, much more than me. All right, Toby, see you later, man. That is a super full-on description, Nettie. Person, turquoise waving, face red, heart-shaped face. Jesus. Jude, you're only in California en route to one of Bob's many kidney surgeries. Good Lord. Justin, I actually don't know specifics of any travel from AIDSy. You wanted that as a number plate. SM : bracket E. But you can't use punctuation symbols. And yes, Nettie. Good call. AIDSy astral traveled to many places. That's just ask him. He'll tell you. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have made you nervous. Okay, this is one thing. I don't know if it was the last time I went to the US, but it was one of the times I went there for a YouTube thing. This weird, angry woman kept like banging the back of my chair. She was sitting behind me, like, you know, she was doing the thing with thing and just banging it. I was like, will you fucking stop it? And so I did turn around at one point and say, could you please stop that? And she was just like a psycho belligerent person and kept doing it. And she like picked a fight with this is a Qantas flight. She picked a fight with one of the flight attendants once, like he was smirking at her or something. Why your attitude is smiling at me? And if you've ever been on a Qantas flight, their male flight attendants tend to be super camp. And he goes, well, madam, a lot of people like my smile. And and then he came to me and I was like, I like your smile. He goes, thank you, sir. And that made her get worse. And so I called over a flight attendant and I was just like, this fucking woman behind me, she keeps banging the back of my chair. She's already picked a fight with a flight attendant. I don't know what to do about her. And so the flight attendant goes to her and says, you need to stop doing it. And she goes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. And then the fucking psycho, and she was an American, and she leans forward and goes, you fucking wuss, I'd fight my own fucking battles. And I was just barely holding myself back. I was biting my tongue because what I just wanted to linger. Listen, you fucking psycho. I'll put your head back through that fucking wall. Fuck you, you piece of shit. But it's just like, I am not picking a fight on a flight coming into the US because then that shit gets reported to border control and oh my Jesus. So I just put up with this fucking whack job behind me because there's no I just and it was and I don't know what she thought like yeah you fucking wish you know like bitch I will go you but I'm not picking a fight on a flight going into the US because border control will fucking stop me. And that was the only thing that saved her. Justin, it is a very weird thing to periodically remember that AIDS is not here anymore because it will occur to me regularly. You know, I'll have a thought. That's what he'd think about this. That's what he'd say about this. But he's not going to. He's not going to. That's It is very weird. So he's got a flight from Queensland to Perth. Had a dude in a Che Guevara shirt talking about how amazing capitalism was. That's actually pretty funny. That is genuinely pretty funny. But yes, I don't get people who cause scenes on international flights post 9/11 because you get on a fucking no-fly list real quick. And so I was just like, this person's driving me insane, and I really want to get right in their fucking face and tell them exactly what I think of them and exactly how the only thing saving them from getting their fucking skull caved in is I don't want shit at border control. But it's just like, I don't want shit at border control, so I'm just letting it go. It's like, for fuck's sake. Oh, Jesus. That's a fun one, Rays. Paint a train yard. They charge you with terrorism, get you on a no-fly list. God damn. Justin, yeah, as a US citizen, I don't think they can deny you entry. They can give you a very hard time, though. But again, me not being a US citizen, they don't need a reason. They can just fucking deny me entry. So it's like, well, I'm not going to give them a reason. And again, if she wasn't an American, I may have been more likely to go off at her. But it's just like, nope, she's an American and I don't want to be fucked around at border control. So I'm just, as much as she fucking needs putting in a place, I'm not doing or saying anything. I'm just letting it go. Very, very fucking frustrating, though. Someone just being an absolute piece of shit for no reason. I gave her no fucking reason to do that. Oh yeah. What was AZ's favorite one? And this is like what cops can do here under Summary Offences Act. You be charged with having a rude head. And it's funny, it's like you can see the reason for summary offenses and similar things. It's basically cops going, I think this person is going to cause trouble and they haven't done anything specific I can arrest or detain them for at this point. So I'm going to get them on this blanket summary offenses just to take them out of circulation. Ah, Dr. Abigail, fooded up. Nice. Yes, that was AZ's favorite thing, to talk about someone having a rude head. It's a good phrase, having a rude head. Honestly, Safa, I think there was possibly some crossover with AZ doing stuff when Dutton was a cop that Dutton would have wanted to arrest him for. And again, just as a side thing, I honestly believe if there was a proper investigation into Dutton's career as a cop and the circumstances of him leaving the Queensland Police Force, I don't think he'd come out of the investigation very well. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I think a proper criminal investigation would not go real well for Dutton. Just throwing it out there. Oh, okay. Link for party time. Let's do it. Let's do it. Seeing you all fooded up. That's the linky link. Let's take a Lily the Pink. Let's drink a drink, drink a drink, Lily the Pink, the Pink, the Pink. Savior of the human race. For she invented medicinal compound, most advantageous in every way. So as you got raid stories from when you're younger, you actually probably would have had a lot of fun swapping stories with AZ. Yeah, crazy shit. Crazy times. Crazy. Dr. Abigail, how you doing?
Hello. How are we?
Doing fine. How you doing?
I'm fine. I just made a mess on my desk.
Fair enough. I did that just before the stream.
Oh, did you poop on your desk too?
No, this glass was close.
Yes.
Close to full. Knocked it
That's
over.
what I meant too.
Yeah, that's what I meant too. Your
Sorry, I'm channeling AD.
Yeah. Yeah.
How my audio is terrible? Hang on.
It's really distorting and tinny. It's quite weird.
Oh, that's strange. Hang on. Let's fix that.
Play with VoiceMe or whatever.
Yeah.
No, it's really
coming,
tinny and distorting. It's quite weird.
It's coming through my headset mic, and like usual.
Yeah, it's not quite feedback, but it is just tinny is the phrase I always use for that. Like a badly tuned AM radio station.
Well, I've got the aircon running because it's humid as fuck in here.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. It's like literally your voice is like if you're not talking, there's no noise. And Rabid Game Fan, that's a more technical term. It sounds like ring modulation.
Okay.
Razor's take
I-
is it's feeding extreme highs. There you go.
Okay, well I'll put some I'll put some gate on it and impression.
Yes, you're coming off as
How's
somewhere
that?
between.
Is that a bit better?
No, it's the same.
Little bit- No, okay, I'll
Somewhere
set up my
between a
snowball.
Dalek and a Cyberman.
I get that reference.
It's not a very subtle reference.
No. Okay, snowball. It's snowball time. Check the connection port. Well, it's my headset is USB, so
Yeah.
if the headset's working, then
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I don't recall it ever happening before, so
yeah, me neither.
I
So
don't know what it is.
just- I've got it's the world's shortest fucking USB cable. It's- I need to get a new one. I do have one, but it's in amongst the mess. Okay, plugged in the snowball. Oh, Bella. It's okay. I know. I'm going to mute my mic for a bit.
All right, you do that. I used to have one of those snowball ones, and then I got the Blue Yeti, and young Ms. Angry actually inherited the snowball that I had been using for her online gaming. Although she gets so carried away with online gaming, sometimes I feel like she doesn't need a microphone. Her intercontinental friends could just hear her screaming. It is like she's at the far end of the house to me, and I will occasionally just hear these yells and screams of her expressing her displeasure at the performance of her teammates in some online games. So I like that, Rays. It's all because we were saying dodgy things about celebrities. The Illuminati have come in and interfered with Dr. Abigail's microphone. Right. Another barrel-aged cocktail.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Hey, okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave the microphone over there.
Yeah.
Pretend I'm not talking on my headset.
Okay.
Or pretend I am talking on my headset and just... Yay.
Wait a sec. I'll be back
And-
in una secundo.
Oh, no. No. Ah. Ah.
Sorry, I just had to say goodnight
Spotlight.
to Mrs. Angry, who's going to bed.
No. Drink
Do some
more
gay
water.
kissing and stuff.
Oh, that's so gay. So this Monday, it'll
Yes.
be week 5 of 0 caffeine for me. Despite everything, week 5, 0 caffeine.
Nice.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, no, good. That's the net positive. As someone who
Oh,
drinks
Mega-
abusive
yeah.
amounts of caffeine.
Megaleech wants to know what's on my t-shirt.
Oh, I've seen that's like the ones that Fiona Patton's party put out, or
It's actually from, it's not from the sex party / the reason party. It's from the Red Umbrella people.
yeah,
What are they called? Because I bought this a few years ago.
yeah.
But I was dating a sex worker. We broke up, and then I saw these for sale, and I'm like, yeah, solidarity.
Yeah.
And yeah,
But yeah, possibly it's the nature of the internet, but I've made friends with quite a few people who are sex workers over certainly like the time I've been on YouTube and whatnot. They've worked
Sure.
in various areas.
yeah, because sex work is broad. It's broader than
Yeah.
people realize.
Yes.
So yeah, and I've also stopped buying junk food
Yeah, well, that's strong.
with fuck.
It sounds like frustrating.
I don't know how long it'll last because
We'll see. But hey, look,
days like
honestly,
today,
even if you
I
just-
could have gone a couple of blocks of chocolate, but
Yeah.
like I was walking through a supermarket with Will, and he wanted some chips, and I was just like, I am so sick of buying sugar and just consuming copious amounts of sugar. And and there's enough fucking sugar in everything we eat anyway.
Sure is.
Like, so I mean, chocolate is salad basically.
It's
So-
a vegetable. It's a vegetable.
Yes, it grows on plants. It's a vegetable. It's basically salad. However, they do cram a lot of sugar in there. So
Also comes from a plant.
I'm-
More salad.
so this year is going to be ridiculously hard for me. So I'm looking after myself this year
Yep.
and
Yep.
taking these
Channeling-
wins. And
Channeling
when
positivity.
the challenges come, I'm gonna be fucking ready. You know.
Good. Yep.
And I'm
Well, I don't know
3D
if you missed
printing.
it earlier. I got my first
go.
delivery of pre-packaged meals from a new thing today. In the past, I had considerable success with Light and Easy. Mrs. Angry pointed
yeah.
me to another one that seemed to have more diversity and possibly better quality meals. And I always liked the Light and Easy ones, but I looked at it and went, yeah, those fucking kick ass. They've got some real variety. So I got my first delivery of those.
What brand?
It's called U Foods.
Oh yes, I used to eat those too.
Yeah. And I had my first one for dinner tonight, and it was quite yummy. So I've
Are
got
they
enough
the,
to be
actually,
like,
are they the frozen ones or the?
no, they're
fresh
sort of
ones, yeah.
vacuum sealed and refrigerated.
Yeah.
You can freeze them, but I looked at the dates on them, and they range from a week to 2 weeks out, and it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna do. So,
Yeah.
Safa, this type of thing in terms of is it expensive? It's cheaper than takeaway, but it's more expensive than if you cooked it all yourself. And honestly, there's so much diversity in these. There's no fucking way I'd have the motivation to make meals of this diversity for myself. I cook. I cook
yeah.
a lot.
So I remember when I was eating U Foods, it was a while ago,
Yeah.
and they must have just started because they didn't have a lot of variety,
Yeah.
and especially for a vegetarian,
Yeah.
and I just got sick of them, and they just didn't have enough per serving.
Yeah.
And
They was joking about, look at it, it's cute. It's a cute movie.
it's tiny food.
It's little bits.
I was just worried Entraptor might come and steal my food, and that is a She-Ra reference. You haven't seen it,
I haven't.
but someone in the chat might get it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Yeah. But there's again, it's more limited for vegetarians, but they do have a range of vegetarian, but really good diversity for me.
Yep.
So this week I'll be mostly having them for lunch and dinner. Like when I'm working from home, I'll be having them for lunch. I mean, I could take it into the office and microwave it, but don't
I know
know.
a lot of people who get the what's it called? A lot of YouTubers are sponsored by them, and it's like you get all the ingredients and then you cook it yourself.
Yeah, it's HelloFresh or something.
HelloFresh. That's what I
Yeah.
know. A few people who do that, and that looks interesting. A lot of effort to cook some of these meals, though.
My my offspring got 1 week's box of that because their mum was getting it, and she had like a coupon,
Okay.
like you can give a friend a free week's stuff, and they did. We've still got the recipes. So they made all the stuff, and it's pretty good, and they kept the recipes because occasionally they'll get motivated and go, I liked this one. I'm going to go to the supermarket and get all the components of this and cook it again.
Okay.
But I got it just randomly, like, because young Mr. Hungry, he's working in a bar at the moment, but he did a whole hospitality course. He's actually a really good cook, and he knows all the little tricks and whatnot because he did this hospitality course. And today, because he's going to a friend's place, and I don't know how it ended up, but he basically got, I'll make a Thai chicken salad. And he just put all this stuff together, and it was really fucking kick-ass. So his friends
Cool.
got a real score out of the fact he put this whole thing together.
Nice. I used to make
just
kick-ass food.
sorry.
I used to make kick-ass food back in
Yeah.
the day.
I
Anyway,
often
sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's okay. I often cook stuff for me and the offspring to share. You know, again, it feels weird calling them kids when they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
Call them
And
the
my oldest is the same age I was when he was born,
yeah.
and my youngest Will is a few months off turning 18, and yeah, growing old sucks.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the sites where I buy all these cocktail shirts. They also have this weird stuff that's clearly aimed at Americans and right-wing Americans, and including stuff that's got straight up fascist symbolism on it.
Oh.
It's very weird. It's this
Yeah.
stuff that's being made in China that would
Yeah.
appeal to American white supremacists. It's
Yep.
it's very weird. It's
They're
very
just printing anything and just making
yeah. No,
it.
they
That's
are
all they're
literally
doing.
just taking stuff off the internet and doing it. And
Yep.
one that tickles my fancy because they're clearly aiming a lot of stuff at boomers. And there was a T-shirt which I found humorous that said, "It's weird being the same age as old people," which meant something.
Oof.
And
Oof. Oh.
speaking of weird, it's Pat. How you doing, buddy?
It's
What have you been
Pat
up to
was
today, bro?
an SNL skit.
Which one?
Oh, good.
It's Pat.
Mm,
Remember, It's Pat,
holy shit, that is old. That is
and they tried to
Yeah.
make a spin-off
Character
movie.
yeah.
Yeah. Hi,
That is-
Pat.
Hi, Pat.
Hello. Hello.
Dude, you're so fucking awesome.
What, man? What? No.
I know. Oh, okay. Every now and then, I don't know. Okay, Pat, you and Rob, because people keep telling me I should have YouTube meetups again, and I've said to them, you know what? The last couple of times I set one up, it's like people who said they wanted it didn't show up, and I'm like, fuck 'em, I'm angry at you now. I don't know. But if there was a day, if like say you and Rob were going to come to Melbourne, you have to tell me. If there was a thing where you could do it, I would do it for that because I've always had so much fun hanging out with you and Rob. And I don't know that Rob's ever come on camera in the stream. Occasionally,
Not that. No.
he's been in chat because he has occasionally
Yeah.
typed away in chat. But I swear to God, me and Rob and Pat and AZ back in the day, we had so
Best
much
friends.
fun
Brothers.
doing. Oh God, like White Knight back when White Knight was a thing, and oh God, we
Yeah.
had
I don't find you.
yeah. No, we had such silly times going around
Yeah.
White Knight, but even it just sometimes it was also just in the afternoon. But we did White Knight twice, I think, where we just wandering around Melbourne in ridiculous crowds of people way into the night.
Alright, I beat you once.
Yeah, you did.
The bug, the other
I've got a few funny videos. One, me and AZ walking down the street because I had my camera on the monopod. We were shooting a bit of video, and a bunch of young people, youths, they thought we were taking a selfie. And this video is on YouTube, and I personally find it really funny. A whole bunch of these young people came up behind me and AZ going, yeah, we want to be in the selfie, because they thought we're doing a selfie. And I was like, okay, everyone come in. Everyone come in. And there's like half a dozen of them, and they all group in. And I went, okay, are we ready? We're going to pose 3, 2, 1. And they all go, and I went, it's a video. And they all laughed. They all laughed. It was just silly.
Okay, morning this Sunday.
What are you doing on Sunday?
I got morning. I go out in my worker. Get it out.
Yeah. Oh, Heine. Sorry. Heine's just saying, talking to your aunt. Remembered you introduced you at White Knight. Whole bunch of stuff happened at White Knight. Yeah, Mega Leech, I think Pat was basically confessing he's going to do another mob hit on Sunday.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Someone has crossed the line.
No.
Look at that. Look at Pat.
Oh, good.
He's known as the smiling assassin. He's just that. It's
when
that
you see someone protesting that much.
Yeah, no,
you know,
it's that beautiful, friendly face he has. It's the last thing some people see. It's just like, hey, buddy, how you doing? Stoich.
No, me.
Sorry, I was having a flashback to Game of Thrones. I read the books, and the one thing I was disappointed wasn't in the TV show, because there was a couple of assassin groups, and one of them was called the Sorrowful Men, and the last thing they said to you before they killed you was, "I'm so sorry," and and then they killed you. Pat's not the Sorrowful Men. Pat's the happy, smiling man. Is the last thing a whole bunch of people see is that really cute smiling face of his. And, hey, buddy, how you doing? Stoich. And
is that the sound that a knife makes?
Yeah, sorry, that's AZ's sound effect for stabbing someone is stoich. And again, how does a knife going into someone make the noise stoich? I never understood that one, but he said it so often, it stuck with me.
Can I share?
Yeah.
I hope it's okay. I change the subject because I wouldn't want to be accused of commandeering and controlling the stream at all.
No. Pat wants us to move away from talks of mob hits anyway.
Yeah. We don't want to blow your cover at all, Pat.
Because Pat definitely doesn't do mob hits. Okay, I just want to go on the record. No. I want to go on the record in case any law enforcement agencies are watching. Pat absolutely doesn't do mob hits. He threatened me.
No, not you.
And just in case any particular people who know people, if you know what I mean, watching the stream, Pat definitely doesn't know people at all. No.
He's exactly as innocent and sweet as he looks. As I said,
yes.
It absolutely hasn't been the last thing dozens of people have seen was Pat's lovely smiling face. That's not the last thing so many people have seen.
So I'm 3D printing a copy of Settlers of Catan.
Oh, Settlers of Catan. That's a classic.
So this is a mountain piece.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
That is cool.
I'm gonna paint it.
Weird.
Yeah.
It's got embedded magnets in it. So I've got here,
How do they
say for
work?
example, two mountain pieces.
Yeah,
They just slide together.
and they stick together. Nice.
They stick together. I've got so far. I've got 4 mountain pieces and 5 hills pieces, and I've printed a bunch of the numbers,
Yeah,
like all the numbers you need.
yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so I'm like doing that, and I gotta trim the edges off of this, and
Nice.
I'm gonna
Nice.
paint them, and I gotta print all the roads and the settlements and the ocean pieces. But yeah, I'm currently doing that. And if anyone's wondering if they should do that or buy it, it's way cheaper to just buy the thing. Trust me.
oh, seriously?
not-
Hobbyist stuff is actually more expensive than
It's
just buying.
it's so much less effort to just go and fucking buy the thing, because it took
Yeah,
2.5 hours to print this.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Sorry,
and
this is
then I've got to like get all the stringy bits off. I got to get the brim off, and then I got to buy the paints. I
Yeah.
gotta prime it, paint it, and then I got to do all the other. This is just one piece,
yeah,
so
yeah. So
yeah,
I
but it's a labor of love, of course.
Yeah.
It's why we do these things,
yeah.
and like
I
And
just
it'll
love
look
that you're such a hobbyist,
really,
a
yeah,
crafter,
it'll
and
look,
you.
yeah, it'll look really fucking impressive.
I know all the memes I've seen, like, and webcomics, someone going like, where they have like, whether it's bolts of fabric or all these things you can make stuff off, and the person says, "What do you make of it?" I think about all the things I can make of it. And
Yes. Tell that to my bags
possibility.
and bags of yarn.
I think of the possibilities.
and- yeah. Oh yeah.
I also like Jude. Jude has Pat down pat with his cherub-like demeanor. Again, there are honestly there are worse ways to depart this mortal coil than having Pat's smiling face looming over you.
Not again.
I'm not saying it happens. I'm not saying it happens. Because it would happen to me if I said that it happened. But
yeah.
I'm just saying. Vic Pol, there are whole in the halls of various Victoria Police. There are scared whispers of the smiling assassin. That's all they say. That's all they say.
You never did find out what happened
Also,
to Raven, did
Pat,
you?
I'm just saying, every other week, Pat posts a picture of a girl and like, this is who I'm in a relationship. I'm not saying Pat's a slut, but
Oh,
Ah!
you bad
Not that that's a
man.
bad
I
thing.
know.
He's
I
a
don't know.
good
All
boy.
I feel like is every other week, Patty's posting a picture of, this is my girlfriend. And I'm like, I don't know, Pat, that's a different person to the person you posted last time.
I know Stacey, you know that.
Sorry, this is me going to hell now. For
Yeah, you do.
oh
He's
no!
dead man.
Oh, no!
The dead man.
It's like
Oh, the kiss
dead
of
man.
death.
I know. Now I'm like fat
Sleep with
Tony
one
on the
eye
Simpsons
open.
going, ugh, that's all I need. The kiss of death.
Ugh.
It's a funny old world.
So lately, I've been
Yeah.
using. I got a bunch of these little ball magnets.
Oh yes, I remember little magnetic
And-
balls. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
They're
not that.
very
they
cool.
came all jumbled up.
So
Yeah,
of
and you've
course
sorted them.
I had to sort. You know how long it takes to sort
Oh, I
into
it took
that
a little
configuration.
while. I thought it took a little-
This is ASPI level of
Yeah.
of hyperfocus
Yeah.
that I am so proud of.
Yeah.
And I got one super messed up, so I had to sort it, and now it's
Yeah.
in jumbled order. And
It looks
yeah,
pretty cool though.
it
We-
does look
we-
pretty cool, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
We were joking about that on Discord. Like you should put one of them out of place and then post it on Reddit. Just going, like, I'm so
Oh,
happy
yeah.
with how this turned out.
Mildly
And a whole
infuriating.
bunch of people will just respond with, but one of them is wrong.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna do that. to
Yeah, no,
this
that
one.
would be so good. That would be so good.
Yeah,
I was just like,
but
my
first
God.
I need to do some post processing on this map.
Yeah,
because
no,
I
I'm.
got some
If you're
magnets stuck
painting
to
that,
the end.
I'm super
Yeah.
keen to see what it looks like when it's painted.
Well, I got my deburring tool.
Nice.
This is a deburring tool, and I'm just gonna. You don't want to hear it because it's.
It's very
But I'm
grindy.
gonna do that. It is
Oh,
a bit.
God. As soon as I saw it, like years ago, I saw like a YouTube video of someone with a there's another name for them, the deburring tool, where they were carving things on it, and I was just watching the video where they were like sort of carving into the surface and smoothing, and I'm like, I want one of those. That's
What were they carving into?
I'm trying to remember. They didn't call it a deburring tool. They called it something else. But it was the same thing. It was a thing that vibrates really fast, so you can carve into a surface.
Oh.
And it was like,
okay.
subreddit / oddly satisfying. And
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and I was just like, ooh, just watching someone carve these things. Oh, it was
Yeah.
just amazing.
Oh, rays. Oh no.
Oh no,
Oh, you-
Raze is having a habanero fart. That's not good.
Oh.
Oh, that sucked.
F's in
And
chat for rays.
one of those
Asshole.
things where you do it in public and it's silent and you're trying not to react, but it like really burnt and you want to shriek a little bit, but it's like, oh no, it's also going to smell really bad and I can't react because then people will know it was me. And it's just,
Ah, fucking
Oh,
phone.
Where's my light? Hang on. I've shown you my hobby light before. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
This thing. This thing is
Oh,
so
yeah.
cool. Charges via USB. You can't see it, but there's a
Yeah.
USB port there,
The USB
and
port.
it's just like unfolds.
Yes,
and
look
there's,
at
like,
that. That looks so
3
cool.
levels of illumination. This thing is so cool. I got this at the quilting exhibition, quilting fair at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre.
Okay.
Like, I went to a quilting fair,
Yeah.
which I thought, I don't do quilting, but I just thought, I'm going to go check it out. It's $15. And
Why not?
fuck me, these quilts were fucking masterpieces. The effort,
Oh, It
the
is.
skill. It was.
Is a thing that. So, what are you messing about with your cable or something there, Pat? There was weird noises there. But yeah, no, quilting and the various
Oh my god!
seamstress crafts that go back millennia, astonishing skill
Yeah.
set.
Yeah, and they had last year's winners on display as well. They
Yeah.
were, simply put, they were masterpieces. I was
Yeah.
amazed at the craft and the skill involved.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah, you look
But
at.
they
like,
also had some.
I was going to
Yeah,
say
go on,
tapestries from the Middle Ages are the predecessors of modern quilting. It's
Yeah.
astonishing skills.
Yeah, so the next time it's on, go. Just everyone.
me, yeah, no,
everyone
tell
in
me the
chat,
next
just
time
go
it's on.
check it out.
Yeah,
It's
because I think Mrs.
amazing.
Angry would be into it too. We could go together.
Do yourself a treat and go check
Yep.
it out. You will be
It
astonished.
sounds pretty cool. Sounds pretty cool.
And just the out of the box thinking that people put into quilts and quilting, it's I saw people making lace by hand at the quilting fair.
Yes.
It's my God, that was a skill. That was amazing.
Also, do you notice that's like young Mr. Angry there? He's got a shirt from the same site that this comes from. Because
Yeah.
occasionally when I've been going to order some shirts and he's been and I went, do any of these appeal to you? And he's gone, "No, that one, I'll get that one." And so he's actually he's got 3 or 4. I've got like 40 of these shirts.
Yeah. Anyway, at the quilting fair, they had vendors, and this hobby light was something I picked up. But the shirt thing reminds me of every time I bought magic cards from a major US vendor, Card Kingdom. And if you order over a certain amount, you get free shipping. And because shipping from the US is super expensive,
Yes.
people would post on Facebook, I'm doing a Card Kingdom order. Who wants in for that?
Who wants in?
free
Yeah,
shipping?
yeah.
That sweet free shipping. And people would like message you their order and send you their money, and you'd go in on a Card Kingdom order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've got so many of these shirts, I wouldn't have believed they would come out with more that I wanted, purely cocktail themed. And I showed it to Mrs. Angry. I was like, oh God, because once I buy stuff, I'm on their mailing list, and I kind of like seeing stuff.
Yep.
And one of them, I clicked on the thing. There was fully another dozen shirts. That were really quite different designs and were really quite beautiful. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's how they get you.
Quite surprised there, because I thought they'll never come out with even more designs that I want, but they came out with a bunch more designs. But I'm like, no, I'm going to be strong. I'm not ordering them now. But again,
that's pure strength of character, right there.
It was, because they were sort of different color schemes and whatnot, and very different types of designs. I was going, okay, I'm impressed. You all came up with another dozen designs.
Especially when you have adult money.
Yeah, because I can do it. It's like, man, I've got a job. And someone just sent me a thing going, do you want to buy the things? And I'm going, honestly, kind of yes.
Hey, you enjoy these things. Would you like more of these things?
Yeah.
And I can afford these things. Should I buy these things?
Thank you. Sorry, in-house communications there about the fact I'm going to sleep in the lounge, and there's been pigeons, and there's been little homes, and it's going to be dismantled so I can sleep on the lounge tonight. Sorry, in-house.
Sure.
And Ray's, good thing, Pat, you go to local wrestling things, don't you? Your mic stopped working, Pat. I don't know what you're doing. I can't hear you at all. But because I'm pals with Pat on Facebook, he occasionally sends me things. Okay, Pat, at this point, we're just stuck with your beautiful face. I can't actually hear you. But yeah, no, Pat goes to local wrestling things, actually. He's now wrestling with technology. No, yes, blow on it. That is literally one of the top 5 things for technology. Blow on it and plug it back in and see if that works. I don't know. Try talking. Can I hear you now? No, can't hear you. I thought I heard a click when you plugged something in. Okay, there was a weird crackling noise then, but I didn't hear your voice.
That.
There you are. You're back. All right. So
Yeah.
you go to local wrestling, don't you, Pat? No, apparently you have to do that weird thing where you hold up the cable, because I can't.
That.
See, you have to do
Yes.
that
Okay.
the whole night.
Don't move.
Do that
You
the whole
cannot
night,
move now.
otherwise I can't hear you.
Yep.
But you go to local wrestling stuff, don't you?
Yes. Go see Josh and Fox.
Yeah.
In my Lenovo friends.
But do you also, because Ray's was asking if do you watch any of the American stuff like WWE or anything like that? Do you like any of them?
Yes.
You like them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's pretty cool you found local wrestling as well. I like that. Because I
Yeah.
see that when you post it on Facebook. That's pretty cool.
And on my YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube as well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's cool. Because that's the fun thing, because people doing that at the local level is very interesting. So and that's probably around the world as well, besides the big name stuff. Also, it's just making me think of the South Park episodes where the South Park kids were doing the masked wrestling, like the Mexican luchador thing, where it's like a soap. They build a whole story. Do they do that? I don't know if they do that in the local ones where you do, Pat. Do they have whole stories with characters, good guys and bad guys?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. I love that even at the local level, they're doing the whole thing with good guys and bad guys.
Yeah, none of my friends either this to me. I don't know her back. Look more. I don't know her back.
Okay.
I don't know her back.
Nice.
I do not
No.
understand wrestling.
Well, wrestling.
Like I get it as a concept, like it as a sport, but as a
as
form of,
entertainment,
as entertainment, I don't understand.
it's essentially a crossover between the sports elements of wrestling and literal soap operas. Like the storylines are good guys, bad guys, are all. I'm not into it myself as well, but I can see it. And
Okay,
the big ones like WWE are huge corporate stories and they have storylines. But again, the Mexican
Yeah.
luchador stuff, the masked wrestler stuff, it
Okay.
really ties into really archetypal storytellings of love, lost, competition, good guys, bad guys. It's
Wow.
soap opera mixed with performance, mixed with sport. It's fascinating. I'm not super into it, but it's fascinating.
For some reason, there is a strange crossover in the fan bases of wrestling fans and comic book nerds. I'm out of focus. Because at Comic-Con, there's usually a wrestling ring and wrestlers.
Yeah.
Which is, again, WTF. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. And people have tried to explain it, and all they can come up with, it's drama. It's drama performance. And I'm like, but then what? Why the wrestling? Like,
but your
why not
classic comic book stuff is archetypes: good guys, bad guys, heroes, villains, protector of the innocent, and whatnot. And there is a massive crossover in wrestling storylines and comic book superhero. And also, as Megaleech has importantly pointed out, homoeroticism is right in there.
So why does it have to be in wrestling form then?
Why? That's a big question. I can't answer. That's such a big question. I can't answer it.
It's like, why not in POG form?
It could be in POG form. Remember, Alfie's back in POG form.
In POG form.
But
there's that Simpsons reference.
That's why I invoked soap operas. It's literally like TV soap operas. It's and I mean daytime soaps. I mean the overacting, the forgotten identical twin, the person in a coma, the all the stuff. huge, big, outlandish storylines, good, evil, all those things, morality tales, stuff that goes back millennia for humans. Humans told these
Yep.
things. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the term Deus ex machina, which is God in the machine. That dates back to ancient Greek plays where they would play out these tragedies where terrible things happened, and it would be resolved by a god or a figure from the heavens would come down, which would be an actor on pulleys and ropes, would say like, okay, you know what you did wrong? Character A, you had these failings and did these things. Character B, you had these failings and did these things. And this is why everything went to shit, because you both did these things, and I'll now resolve it. So the various references to Deus ex machina means when someone resolves a very complex thing by some higher power, basically explaining, here's what everyone did wrong. Oh, wow. Look at all those. Is that hexagons? Am I getting the
yes.
mathematics?
Yes, so they're hexagons. Those are the Catan pieces. Have you played
Yep.
Settlers of Catan?
I haven't played it, but I know I'm aware of its existence.
So we've got 5 hills and 4
Yeah.
mountains. So and they're all magnets.
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
they work.
So,
Sorry.
Ray, it is like movies. It's like TV shows. When I was at uni and I did the theatre degree, the stuff that AZ did the same one. We learned all the traditional archetypes, going back to ancient Greece, to the Middle Ages in Europe, things like Commedia dell'arte, where you have archetypal characters that represent certain things. And these archetypal characters communicate to people across millennia. In the modern world, you see them in TV, you see them in movies, you see them in wrestling. You hear them in pop songs. When people, pour their heart out in pop songs, they are extremely often talking in archetypes that go back millennia. Because humans
And that's
have
why
always
pop songs are so
told
relatable.
stories. It is, archetypes exist for a reason, because they communicate across cultures, across language, and as things. So yeah. Yes, Rays, I think there are a few Australians in the WWE now. It's all very weird shit. Sorry, randomly, this is not WWE. This is acting. The dude who was in Vikings, and I almost had his name. This is how you can tell I've had a couple of
Skarsgård.
No. This is how you can tell I've had a couple of drinks where I start to forget people's names.
The Skarsgårds are like the Hemsworths of
Yes, the Skarsgårds are the Hemsworths of Scandinavia.
yeah.
But this dude is Australian. He was the lead for the first couple of seasons of Vikings. And he's been in a bunch of other stuff. Travis Fimmel, thank you, Megaleech.
See, if you were on YouTube chat, you would have seen
I get a delay. Abigail's watching YouTube. She actually sees comments 5-10 seconds before I see them on StreamYard. Yes, Rays, he was Ragnar Lothbrok. Also, I tripped the fuck out because I loved Vikings and I was watching it. And there's the season where they sack Paris. And I looked up once, did Vikings ever... Because Mrs. Angry is English's thing, if that seems weird. And I looked it up, did Vikings ever sack Paris? And yes, Vikings, led by a guy called Ragnar Lothbrok, fucking sacked Paris. And they dramatized it for the show Vikings. Anyway, Travis Fimmel was an underwear model before he was an actor. And you look up pictures of young Travis Fimmel, and he is breathtakingly beautiful. It is, and again, that transcends gender, sexuality, or preference. Anyone who can look at young Travis Fimmel and not appreciate the aesthetics of him is fucking lying, in my opinion. But apparently he got his first.
Call out to all those asexual people out there.
Oh, but just
truly-
again, you don't have to be sexually attracted, but if you
Oh, yeah,
say
the aesthetics of a human being are
if you
universal,
can't
yeah.
appreciate the aesthetics of young Travis Fimmel, you're lying. But apparently he got his first job. He rocked up to one of the big European designers. And okay, I've had while I'm probably I feel like I'm not appearing too pissed, but I'm pissed enough that it's hard for me to remember. Karl
We
Lagerfeld.
need to get
That's who I was trying to remember. Karl Lagerfeld, very
What
famous
you re-
European designer.
Very
Um,
drunk.
Yeah,
if
sorry.
I'm your tech support,
I might be drunk, but you're murdering people. Just listening.
You know what? I'm gonna man.
I'm drunk. You're a contract killer.
You're not.
if I'm here to do your tech support, you got to get Megaleech on your staff to be your copywriter and reference and like your
Yeah.
copy editor
and Ray,
get
yes,
all these references
yeah.
that you forget.
Rolo, who's Ragnar's brother or cousin in the show, he founded the Norman colony in France. The historical character Rollo founded the Norman colony in France, who then went on to fucking conquer England, basically. But
The Battle of Hastings, anyone?
yeah, apparently Travis Fimmel got his first job just by showing up to a Paris design house with his shirt off, and Karl Lagerfeld went in and saw him and went, "Yeah, give him a job. Fuck, what the fuck are you thinking? Look at him. He's a god of the old world." And yeah, you find and you look at Travis Fimmel in Vikings, Raised by Wolves, and a whole bunch of movies he's done. Travis is trying to ug himself up a bit, because when he was early 20s, he was beautiful to a degree that fucking defies reality. And I feel like he's deliberately trying to be taken a bit more seriously as he goes through his 30s. And so he's deliberately making himself, particularly his face, less physically attractive, because Travis Fimmel in his early 20s is just mind-bendingly beautiful. Is absolutely astonishing. Like, because I only knew him as an actor from Vikings and Raised by Wolves and a couple other things, and I read a thing that he had been a model, and so I looked it up, like Travis Fimmel model, and him in his early 20s. Oh my god! It was just like, the fuck? Who is this? Is he like a Greek god who just came down and visited Earth for a while? He's astonishing, and he seems to be trying to consciously remove himself from that to be taken a bit more seriously, because he was too pretty in his early 20s. He was just too pretty.
Wow.
I feel like he's not quite androgynous, but because he was really buff, he was really muscly and buff. But it's kind of weird. You don't think of a very masculine, buff guy being androgynous, but somehow, to my mind, he was. Raze, I love that. You Googled him. He's astonishing, but he's no Skyrim porn. And
Well, that's so weird.
And we're back.
That's so
And
weird.
we're
Back
back with gaming porn. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I dropped a ball magnet.
Oh no. Dropped a magnet.
Oh, you didn't know,
These things-
lost that.
These things are just tiny, and
Yeah.
you would think being a magnet, it would have stuck to something,
You would have thought
but it's just disappeared.
Yep.
Fucker.
And Megalich called it the callback to the Skyrim porn. Aidsy would be proud. Both because he loved the callback, and second, he probably would have really loved Skyrim.
And
porn.
I dropped some Tiger Eye agate.
Oh wow, a little
I'm
nice
just-
stone. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'm just
cool.
like, I'm channeling Stella there.
Yeah,
I dropped
yeah.
my-
Stella's our mineralogist. Yeah.
Dropped my Bitcoin.
An actual Bitcoin. There you go.
It's not an actual. It's
No, it's not an actual
it's a,
Bitcoin.
It's a, yeah.
It's a physical representation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
There is so much
ultimately
shit on my phone.
might be more valuable than a Bitcoin.
It could be. I
Who
bought it for like
knows? That
$10, I think.
the whole last year has been threatening the bottom falling out of crypto, but who knows?
Oh, I cannot
I don't
fucking
know.
wait.
I don't know. So what
You know, the GPU market has not recovered.
no, they fucked us. They fucked all us ordinary computer users. Pat, what was
Yeah.
your shiny coin? You had a shiny coin there.
Oh, this one that I play Dams.
You won that.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was an award for contract killing.
I know. There's the annual
Hey, there!
Contract Killer Academy Awards. And
What
Pat
award?
got a
The
gold
most
medal
creative
last
kill?
year.
Yeah, Doc. No work.
Most
creative
I think
kill.
They have a rating system. Most kills with the sort of sweet smiling face that seems least likely to have done it. And
Yeah. The kill from the furthest away, the most kills from like touching distance,
Yeah.
most kills in 1 year. Yeah, a whole bunch of categories.
they have a bunch of award categories. Pat wins
Yeah.
for least likely to have killed most people.
No, there's a ball.
Most
I play balls. You get all fast.
Okay, see, here he is
Ah,
not realizing
there we go.
when he corrects me on what the serial killer awards are, that just makes it obvious that he's actually there. Slipped up. You slipped up. I was just remembering a movie where William H. Macy, who always looks like a nerd in all these movies, where he's a contract killer, and there was this really interesting scene very early where he's just walking. There's like an aerial shot in open space. He's walking past someone, and he like accidentally bumps into them and goes, "Oh, sorry," and walks past, and the person staggers on a few steps and then falls down because when he bumped them, he's shot them with a right in the middle of their chest with a really low caliber bullet. So it's not like a high caliber one that knocks them back, but it's like, and they've gone, and something has just ripped through their heart, and they've walked a few steps on, and then just gone, my heart's not beating anymore, and fallen down. And it's a very clever bit of filmmaking because it's really unsettling because William H. Macy looks so unassuming, and oof.
It reminds me of another movie, a gangster movie, where one of the gangsters, I forget his name, but his name was like Johnny 22 or Jack 22 or something like that. Because instead of using like a 9mm or a 45 or whatever,
uses
he
22.
uses a 22, so
Which
that
is
when
really low
he shoots
caliber.
it's super low caliber. But it's quiet, especially in a pistol.
Yeah.
You don't need a silencer. It's that quiet. Because guns are loud, kids. A 9mm will deafen you. Guns are really
silencers aren't a thing. There are suppressors which reduce the overall sound and make it hard to tell. But that whole Hollywood thing of the thwip, thwip, thwip is not real.
Not a thing. Yeah.
No, not
but
real.
A 22, super low caliber, and he used a 22 because a 9mm, when you shoot someone in the head, will go straight through. But a 22 will go through your skull and then bounce around inside your head.
Yeah.
And just
Which
make
will
sure you're extra
very
dead,
much kill
I
you.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was
There
just
was
an extra brutal way of killing someone, I
Yeah.
guess. It was a movie.
There was a classic comic from the 70s or 80s called Modesty Blaze. She was a like female spy, James Bond thing. Whoop, Dr. Abigail disappeared. I'm sure she'll be back soon. But yeah, one of the Modesty Blaze stories, I remember her nemesis was a bad hitman who his signature was to use a 22 because it was people didn't realize he was doing it. But then they were chasing someone through a wilderness and there was a bear. Like this is a North American wilderness and there's a big bear and the only weapon this guy's got is a pistol that shoots 22s and he's trying to stop a big bear with 22s and he's just going bang, 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 bang. And it's not even bothering the bear. And his sidekick's going, "You're a goddamn moron. Why don't you have anything more than a 22?" Okay, Dr. Abigail doesn't know what happened. Yeah, Dr. Abigail
weird.
can't see us. We're here. Me and Pat can see each other.
Oh, yes. Also good.
Yeah. All right. I'm just going to post the thing again because. Oh, there you go. Dr. Abigail's back.
That
Don't know what
Hey,
happened
dog.
there.
Hello. Again.
Yeah, just went and shat itself and
Yes.
and came up with a message that said something went wrong and there was a duck. Which I mean,
There was
I
a duck?
appreciate the
Yes,
duck.
StreamYard.
Dog.
Has
You'd
a
appreciate
duck.
StreamYard's logo is a duck. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
I appreciate the duck, but yeah, I thought it was on your end, but apparently it was me. I don't know. My internet didn't go down, so
Yeah, we were worried.
yeah, I was
that
worried.
Pat
It was
had
touch and
done.
go for a sec. I think Pat
Yeah.
was going for the
Look at him. Every
longest
time.
range
Oh,
kill.
Monday.
Every time Pat does the innocent thing,
kill.
I almost believe him. But then I remember the people who've disappeared. And I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Right. It's just, again, someone from the outside would be going like, "Why do you hassle that guy so much and call him a contract?" Because he's like the least likely person in the world to be a contract killer. So it's funny to say.
I don't know, Fran.
Oh dear. But yes, it's
Also-
a thing. It's a whole thing.
Also, I didn't disappear. I can still see me.
Mm.
Thank you very much.
Oh gosh, now we're getting into big metaphysical questions there, where we were placing more reality on the non-corporeal internet representation, and we were declaring that you had disappeared, whereas you most assuredly had not disappeared, and so we're
I was
falling
very
into this
opaque.
thing. Yeah, wow.
Mm.
Wow, we fall into some weird ideas, don't we? Where we think the
do.
non-corporeal is more real than the physical. Wow. Okay.
And that's a weird way to pronounce corporeal, by the way.
Corporeal? I don't know. It depends where you went to school. That's
No,
Unlike
it depends on
mine.
what's correct.
run
damn
like
it.
the wind. Run like the wind, Bart. And Lisa says it's run like the wind, Mum. And she goes, "I've only ever seen it written down." Oh God.
Yeah, man.
And I have definitely fallen into a whole bunch of traps that were, I saw a word written down and I pronounced it a particular way, and people go,
Yeah.
that's not how you pronounce that. My favorite was some people I went to school with. This is in Dubbo. This is pre-internet. So they were doing French by correspondence, and there was no French teacher in our school. So it was all written, and they were getting like 100% in the written tests. And then they would get on to, I suppose it was phone. I don't know if it's phone already, but there was these things where if you're doing remote learning, you could get online with people, and they would say things
You'd
like
have to.
Bon Jour Mess Amis, and the people would be going, What?
Huh?
the fuck are you saying? And it's like, is this the people who've topped every exam for the last 2 years? And it's like, yeah, because they in text they were perfect, but they had no one teaching them pronunciation.
I remember in ICQ days,
Yes.
people would go into voice chat just for the explicit purpose of practicing English
Yep.
and get up and similar chats and voice chats, and people would do that. You'd get a bunch of people, can we go into voice chat? I want to practice my English. And it was usually Indian or Chinese people who were taking English classes. And there was only so much I could actually do that.
Yeah.
And because it was just boring. Like, they could barely speak English, and the topics of conversation weren't that riveting.
Yeah.
So, which is a shame, because they're there to learn English, but I wasn't there to teach them, you know?
Yes.
But-
yeah, it's a little bit complicated. Yes.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, because I'm feeling the slight urge. Where are we? Okay, we're coming up on midnight. We're 22 anyway, to have another toilet break. And I was thinking, I need another AZ video. Also, hello, Kirsten.
Hi, Kirsten.
This must be like your last night in Sydney or something before you go to.
Oh,
South
God,
Korea?
Sydney sucks. I'm so glad. So happy
Had you-
for you.
Final day in Archie. Again,
Oh.
Adelaide, super nice, and that whole wine thing, super cool. I think when you get settled, Mrs. Angry and I are going to have to do a South Australia trip, because there's a few people I want to catch up with there.
I
and
would
if you
love to go with you.
Yeah, it would be. They're again, because Salumi's over there and Kirsten's over there. And there's so
Salumi, yeah.
many cool things to be. Also,
I don't want to impose, though. Like,
I definitely have to. I have a rich friend in Adelaide, and they have a boat and shit. I have to make sure they're going to be there, because they are actually super cool. It's like, yeah, let's go out on your boat because you're rich. You have a boat. And again, and they're not rich as in inherited bullshit. They actually built up a business and whatnot and did quite well. And they're not dickheads, and I quite like them. It's people I know through YouTube. If I'm going to go to South Australia, I'm going to make sure they're there, so I can let's go on a boat with my rich friends, because I want to be on a boat. We were talking about Corey earlier. We actually shot a video because that Lonely Island song, "I'm on a boat, motherfucker," was out. So we're on their boat going out the bay, and we were doing a lip sync. "I'm on a boat, motherfucker."
did you have a nautical themed pashmina Afghan?
No, unfortunately.
Did you fuck
did-
a mermaid?
No, but we saw some dolphins, which was pretty cool.
No,
Um,
it's kind of
the-
close.
yeah.
In my Pathfinder game, one of the characters fucked a mermaid.
Nice.
They were not on a boat, however.
Nice. Ooh, Kirsten and husband. Okay, sorry, you've let slip. You're renting a 4-bedroom house. We're
Wow.
apparently staying at your.
Whoa,
we're staying
that's
at your
cool.
place
How the hell can you afford that?
Because I guess it's Adelaide as
Because
opposed to
it's
Sydney.
Adelaide.
Yeah.
Is it
Heaps
Adelaide
cool.
or is it out in the country?
No, that's a question. I've never asked if it's Adelaide or more in the country, because a lot of the winery places are out in the country a bit more.
Yeah.
But
Jude, no, it's D&D. It's Pathfinder is D&D adjacent,
Yeah.
so it was actual mermaid.
yes, Jude. But in real world, there's all sorts of conjecture. Was the mermaid legend, was that manatees or
Manatee.
seals?
Well, unicorns were rhinoceroses.
Yes. Oh yeah. The
Yeah.
sailors did weird shit. And yes.
Yes, Rays, I can guarantee there's mermaid porn. Country South
So
Australia.
Kirsten thinks
That's
country
awesome.
South Australia. Nice. That's where all the action happens. All right.
That's what is about it. Yep. 3 gin rooms, says Megaleech.
Yeah. Yeah.
Goals.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's. I
Yes.
think Kirsten's going to get to the great unpacking of all the bottles of booze.
A great unpacking.
Yeah.
I'm super happy for you that you can cast Sydney aside because
Yeah.
it clearly wasn't working for you. And yeah, Sydney's awful. Rays is dead on. Sydney's the only place you can visit for a holiday and leave more stressed than when you arrive. Sydney
Sydney's
is
a bit hard.
just truly awful.
Yeah.
There's very few people in this world who thrive in a place like Sydney.
Yeah.
I
I lived in
it's
Sydney for 10 years, and it wasn't until I left that I realized what it was doing to me. I was way more angry and angsty. Like
Yep.
in traffic, like Sydney drives you crazy. I was literally sticking my head out the window of the car and screaming about how I was going to murder people. And
Yep.
in Melbourne, anyone who's driven with Melbourne know I pass judgment on everyone. Like, fuck you, you fuck. But I do it with the windows up, and it's just for me, for therapy.
Yep.
Sydney, I was literally sticking my head out the window going, fuck you, you deserve to die, you fucking piece of shit.
I've
It's not
never
good.
been to a city. I've never been to a city where I can the feeling. It's a palpable, like, crunchy feeling that everyone you walk past genuinely does not give a fuck about you
Yeah,
or anyone else around them,
yeah,
and would rather step on you
yeah,
than anything. It's like
Yeah.
no one cares, and it's just an awful place.
yeah. I've tried to communicate that to people, the difference between Sydney and Melbourne. And I stuck it with traffic. Like in Sydney and Melbourne, you get people both times who you think they're trying to kill you. And I go, okay, this is the fundamental difference. In Sydney, that person woke up with the plan to kill someone. They actually want to kill you. In Melbourne, they're just dumb as shit. When they sail through the intersection, it's because they're a goddamn idiot. But in Sydney, they did it because they actually wanted to kill you.
Yeah.
That's the fundamental difference to me. Sydney's just so fucking hostile. It's
genuinely the only nice people I met in Sydney were homeless people living rough on the streets.
Yeah.
They were the only nice people because they
that.
had nothing to lose.
Yeah. No, Sydney's just non-stop bullshit. Okay, I'm going to do another toilet break, and I'm going to share. I was just randomly searching AIDS videos, and this one is from January 2015, where we were having a meetup, where we got people. I put the camera on and just said, people ask AIDS random questions. Whatever rude, awful question, just ask him anything, and he'll respond. So, we'll see how that goes. This is described as day-to-day life in detox.
Oh yeah, I won't walk this way. You know, hear that once.
You might. I don't even remember who's in this, Pat. You might even pop up. I don't know. I'll put this on. I'm going to turn my microphone off. A little toilet break, and we'll see what people say to AIDS.
Part of your new drug.
Can we turn it up a bit?
New drug system.
Yeah.
How's it been affecting you in the real life?
Like heaps.
my daily life is affected because I've got to go down to one particular pharmacy every day, regardless of where I am or what I'm doing. I've got to turn up to this particular place every single day. I have to sign on. Every week, I have to go to the writing GP and get them to give me another script, and they have to test my urine, and they also spot check me. So occasionally I'll go into the pharmacy and they go, "Oh, it's spot check day." I go, "Oh, that's great." So they give me a little jar, and I have to take that into the into the doctors, regardless of where I am or what I'm doing. That's what has to go down. It's also affected my life in the sense that I am sleeping a lot less, which is bad. But and it's weird. This particular oral replacement therapy medicine makes me very scattered in the mind. Doesn't give me a high as such, but it makes me feel I can't remember stuff, and I can't remember what I've just done, and I can't remember words for things, and so it's kind of tricky. When I'm in the full grips of the meds, it's really like trying to run through a table of marbles. Yeah.
What happens if you miss one of those days that you need to go see a doctor or a pharmacist?
Oh, bad things happen. It's marked off as not attending. There's an alarm system that goes off in the GPs. Then it goes off in the pharmacy as well. Then it's passed to the drug and alcohol people of Victoria. Then it's passed to the Victorian government. Then it's passed to the federal government and also the Victorian police.
So very bad.
So very bad things. And they all get on the phone and go, "What are you doing? Where are you? What's happening? What's going on?" And that's what happens exactly.
All right. With the actual new drugs compared to your old intake of substances,
Yeah.
is it a huge difference, or is it around the same margin of amount that you'd normally take? Or
Oh, it's a huge difference. It's a massive difference.
so a lot bigger or
Smaller.
smaller?
Much smaller, and the route of entry is different too. I'm on the they call it Suboxone film, and what it is these gelatin films, and you stick them under your tongue, and they dissolve. I'm on 4 of those, and so they go in, they dissolve away, and I've got to wait there at the pharmacy until they're satisfied that they're dissolved. No, it's on.
Hey, Bob!
Essentially, yeah. That happens in like 10-15 minutes at a time.
All right. So does this, seeing as you seem a lot calmer than usual, how does this affect your videos with Angry?
Well, it affects the videos of Angry because I'm scattered a lot, and I can't remember what we just wrote down to talk about. It also affects the videos of Angry because I'm a bit more punctual to turn up to work, but I'm less guaranteed to show. Like sometimes I'll have a bad day and I'll just have to ring in and say, "I can't come to work today. I'm sorry, man." And it affects the videos that way. In fact, the calmness is odd because I'm not actually calmer. I'm actually a lot more stressed because this particular medicine wipes out the thing that mops up adrenaline, and you get a little puff of adrenaline as you go along in your day, and these things accumulate. So my son said I'm a screaming wreck, and so I have to calm myself on a regular basis. Yeah.
All right. Good to know.
So yeah,
Hey,
Pat
what's up?
suddenly said that was his mate Rob just decided to sit in the
Yeah, I
background.
said Rob. I said
So that
Rob.
means you were there somewhere too. If Rob was there,
Yeah.
you were there too. But yeah,
Yeah,
Rob just decided.
I sit down Lou. You there?
Yeah.
No, Lou, you there? That.
Yeah, so you were there too, but Rob
Yeah.
decided to sit himself there so he was on camera. Yeah, so that was. I'm not saying Rob's a big show off or anything, but he's just. You went in there. That's okay. So
Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec.
It's okay. So I was just also looking
Okay.
at the chat about traffic because, Jude, I've been to Vegas only as a pedestrian. I never drove there, so I can imagine how odd it was. And you're raised saying the Strip. Yeah, but I walked the length of the Strip one night. I decided oh God, this was ages ago. It's like my last night there. What I did is I walked the length of the Strip and I'm going to go into each casino. And because they all had a big touristy thing, like a big slot machine that, like you put $1 in or whatever and pull the handle and just think. And so I decided I was going to go into each casino and like do one pull of a slot machine. That took hours to walk the Strip and stop in each casino. Took like 3 or 4 hours. And Rays, I think you might be right. Rob put himself in there as a distraction, so no one would know
me.
contract hits. That could have been what was happening there. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to be in front of a court or saying anything because if Johnny Law ever gets me and says, "Tell me what you know about Pat," and I go, "Pat who? I don't know any Pat." We know he's Victoria's biggest contract hitman. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know any hitman. So what are you talking about? He's gonna get me. You have to protect me.
No.
No, that's not real. That's not a thing. Pat wouldn't do that. I don't know who said this stuff. I don't know. Yes, exactly, Ray. Snitches get stitches. Jesus. Well, that's an interesting one, Jude. You're always in Vegas. The accidents at stoplights. I remember this. I've only had in Melbourne, I think like one accident happen right in front of me. And it was at a fairly busy bit of road with a cross bit, traffic lights. And what happened is someone was racing towards the lights as they changed, and they turned red a long way before he got to them, but he thought he could just skate through the intersection. What happened is someone was coming the other way, and there was no one in front of him, and he hadn't slowed down, and just before he got to the intersection, the light went green. So he was going through at full speed, where this guy who ran the red light figured if someone was going from a standing stop, they won't hit me. But this guy wasn't going from a standing stop. He was going at full speed, and the lights changed and he kept going. And so he clipped this car. It was like a little truck, and he just like clipped the edge of it, and the truck fucking flipped. And it was a flatbed. So the cabin that the guy was sitting in got crushed. Now, it turned out the guy wasn't actually particularly injured at all, but the truck's on its top and it got crushed and slid across. And it happened right in front of me. So I was like, ah! And then it all stopped and it was all cool. And I could smell petrol. So the guy who got clipped and flipped and crashed, his fuel line was broken and there was petrol spilling out onto the intersection. So there I've got my mobile and I've called 000, and the operator goes, fire, ambulance, or police. I'm going, all three? And they're like, oh, you have to choose one. And I'm like, okay, I'll explain the situation to me. There has been a road accident right in front of me. So the police are going to want to be involved. This truck has fucking flipped. The guy could be hurt. So we're going to want an ambulance. I can smell petrol. His fuel line's ruptured. There's petrol spilling. So the fire brigade are going to want to appear too. So I think all three. And the person's going, you have to say one. I'm like, oh, okay. He might be hurt. So let's say ambulance, numero uno. But could you fucking please get the fire and the cops here as well? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, that I'm only allowed to say one when clearly all three need to be here. And we're like, this is, okay, ambulance, okay? The guy might be hurt because the cabin seems to be crushed.
The fact that you have to, like, call 3 times,
Yeah,
like, that's just dumb.
yeah,
I
I
hope they
didn't. Yeah, I just, when they put me on the spot, I was like, okay, ambulance, because this guy might be hurt.
Yeah.
But seriously,
No,
we
it's a
want
fair
cops
call.
and the fire brigade, and I'm too stressed to have this conversation because this shit happened right in front of me. Okay, and it was a little bit stressful, and
Yeah. So I've told this story before. I was driving at night. It was raining. We were doing a munchie run. I was in my car. I was at a red light, stopped. In the passenger seat was a friend of mine, and the lights turned green. Now, if it hadn't have been raining, I would have proceeded to go at my regular rate of acceleration. But because it was raining and I had a decently, like a 6-cylinder, decently powered Falcon,
yeah,
I held off a bit and didn't accelerate as hard as I could have because it was raining. And I get about a third of the way into the intersection, and some fucking Nimrod just burns past me right in front of me, running the red light the other way.
oofed.
Yeah. So if I had have been, if it had not have been raining, they would have T-boned the fuck out of us, and my good friend would have died.
Yeah,
And probably me too.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been in accidents or near accidents where you can go a second or two.
Mm-hmm.
Was the difference between this being just
Yeah,
horribly lethal?
Like he was less than a meter away from my car. Like, it was centimeters, and he had to have seen us. Like, that was so fucked.
Yeah. Oh, I remember way back in the day in Dubbo, my sister and her boyfriend got in an accident, like going through an intersection. They were in the right, and someone's come through the intersection at speed and T-boned them and fucking near destroyed their car. And it was just a very old school steel car. And so they both actually got relatively minor injuries, but the car was absolutely totaled. And I remember a boyfriend saying, like, they just got smashed and they were thrown up into the wall of a building at the intersection. And he just remembers going like, ugh. And he saw the car and its whole front end was totaled, but it could keep going, and they fucked off. They ran. And this is in Dubbo. Dubbo is a relatively small town. This was like 30 years ago. And this guy just went, no, I know what type of car it was. And he just asked around who owned this type of car. And the cop, when he made a police report, like, the cops showed no interest in investigating it. And through various inquiries, he worked out, because it was not a bog standard car. It was like a performance Ford or something. And he found out someone who had it, and he found their address, and he went there, and this car was in their backyard being stripped down because all the parts were crushed as fucking obviously had an accident. And so called the cops and they did show it was a cop. It was an off-duty cop who hit them at high speed and fled the scene. And it went to court and the guy didn't even get a conviction. It's like, I stopped to make sure everyone was okay. And they said, like, well, did he stop? And I go, well, I saw him look at me because I turned around and saw him. And then he fucked off. And he stopped to make sure you're okay. He saw you move. And it was just like, country town cops, man. If country town cops do anything, they just get away with it. It's just like, fuck.
I have a cat.
That is a cat.
Hey,
It's come
kitty
in and
cat.
said hello. Kitty cat?
I am cuddling a cat.
My kitty cat's not well. It's in case anyone was wondering,
Oh,
Mimsy is very poorly at the moment.
What,
I think-
sick?
No.
Sick, very sick. Might have to take her to the vet.
Ah.
I feel like Shadow's taunting her, actually. Shadow remains invisible and doesn't come on the streams.
I
Like-
don't. I still don't believe that Shadow exists.
Yeah. I might capture her at one point, but she's being very weird.
If you capture her and bring her onto the stream, you know she'll be thinking the whole time, "Today's the day."
Yeah,
It's
they're going to
happening.
murder me. Today's the day they murder me. She was traumatized as a kitten and she never got over it.
Mhm.
So she'll do this occasional thing where she jumps up and demands lots of attention, but then, like, just no warning, she go, "Oh no, they're going to murder me," and runs away. She's very weird. She is very weird. But yes, it's very weird. So, Razy, you had a Victorian cop drunk drive into your ass. Yeah.
That looks
Yeah,
just
no,
like your bottom.
if you bring up, okay, an ex of mine who was the politest thing I can say is very problematic and had some sort of borderline personality disorder, but she took up with a cop after I fucking bailed because I finally realized this person is toxic to the point of being actual dangerous for my well-being. And then I found out she was using the cop boyfriend to trace whenever I moved address. But what do? I could have, because if this guy is looking on the systems, it would actually leave a trail. And cops have been busted for looking people up on their systems when there was no reason to. I could have reported it. They could have done an investigation. It could have worked out this guy was abusing his position so this fucking creeper ex of mine could stalk me. But it's like, then I just have cops harassing me for ages because cops just close ranks. And it's like, it's not worth it. So I just let it go. It's ridiculous, but it is what it is. Sorry, I was thinking, oh, where are we? Oh, it's only just midnight. I'm going to make myself another drink because I'm not very sober. I'm just disturbingly sober for post midnight on a Friday night. So this is called Detox Retox. So
Isn't that just hair of the dog?
Huh?
yeah. So it's a couple different sorts of rum, and they're saying use Scotch. And I'll use one of my little Scotch samples here. And a bit of Shasta.
I've still got an hour and 20 minutes of a 3D print going. So
we'll try and keep pace with the 3D print then.
oh, my sleep schedule is on anxiety time. So
Right, that's fair.
so don't wait up like
No,
just for me.
we'll
I'll be awake for hours yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm not very sleepy yet.
Basically, my bedroom is giving me anxiety attacks.
Fair
So
Oh.
yeah, which sucks. I'm swapping rooms. I'm swapping bedrooms with my son.
Okay.
Which he's chuffed because it's a bigger bedroom.
Okay.
And it's a logical argument he's been making for years.
Yeah.
Like I've completely inhabited the lounge room. He doesn't have a lounge room because it's just full of my crap.
So he wants
And
bigger
he-
space.
he wants the bigger space,
Mm.
and it makes sense. But I'm the adult; I get the main bedroom, right?
Which
Because
also
the
makes
law
sense.
of-
Also
the law
makes-
of parenting.
yeah.
I know my
And-
brother's
and-
my brother's what room? My brother died. I know my brother's room.
Okay. So, yep.
So-
I'm not even going to say what popped into my head there. But
yeah,
All right.
I got those vibes too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when you
So
Yeah.
but recent events have convinced me that it's time to
Okay.
acquiesce to Will's request, and since I'm avoiding my bedroom,
Yeah.
due to panic issues and anxiety issues, I thought,
Ultimately work for both of you.
yeah. So
I get it. I get
I'll-
it.
and all I ever do in my bedroom is sleep anyway.
Yeah.
Like, there's no sexy time happening. There's no.
I was just worried. Was the anxiety from that time after one of the Friday night streams where I lost consciousness in the Gin Palace, and you woke up and I was like lying on the other side of your bed, and you're like, "Oh, gross! What are you doing in my bed?"
See, I did not black out. I remember everything.
I did. There was a whole
I
bit I
knew
didn't
you were
remember.
there the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You did not.
Yeah.
What were you thinking when you woke up? And I was in your bed. Like, what were you thinking? See if
That was the other thing. It actually took me a little bit of consciousness awareness to go, where am I? What the fuck? Where am I? And it was, and again, for people who forget the story, it was the whole thing. We did a live stream, it was fun, and I convinced Abigail, hey, let's get a drink in the city before I go home. And then apparently I was all full of, I'm still going home. And Abigail's going like, you have not made sense for the last half hour. Also, there appear to be no trams going to your home, and you'd probably fall asleep till the tram got to the end of its line anyway. And took pity on me.
And you'd already fallen asleep at the Gin Palace.
I had
and
fallen,
fell
and
over.
they were very good about it. They just said like, yes,
Yeah,
you can
they
have
were.
some food and some water.
The wait staff and I were both on the same like unspoken wavelength
Yeah.
of we need to sober up, food and water, please. And we did this without even communicating that.
Yeah.
It was so good. Cannot fault the wait staff at the Gin
Yeah.
Palace. Cannot praise them highly enough. They
Yeah.
just knew exactly what I was thinking when I said water and food, please.
Yeah. And they're extremely good because, again, under licensing laws, they could have chucked us out, but they went, you know what? You're not causing a scene.
I think
You haven't asked for alcohol. So,
I think because I specifically said it's time for water and the food menu, please.
Yeah.
They didn't
Yeah.
throw us out
Yeah.
because you had fallen over at this point and you were laughing loudly at you falling over.
it's
And
just 'cause
kind
the
of
people
making
from
a
the next
scene.
table were funny.
And
Yeah.
the people like you were kind of making a scene, but you could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and the fact that I was there kind of like trying to
Hold it
yeah,
together.
they acted very professionally.
Yeah, no, they are very good staff. Because I've also been there
Yeah.
multiple times where I'm completely sober and cognizant, and they're very good. I often take people, if someone's visiting, I will take them to the Gin Palace because it's just a great venue. Great staff, great drink, great foods.
Oh, the cheese.
yeah, oh my
Cheese.
God.
The god level cheese.
Last
Oh my
time we
God.
went there, I could not believe how good that cheese was. It was so good.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So,
In cheese we trust.
although what was really funny is because often if I'm out and doing stuff, rather than like wake Mrs. Angry up with a text message, I communicate via social media. I'll put a post on Facebook or Twitter that says, I'm in position X. and I'm really drunk. So as a safety thing, I'm staying here. And I did post something about staying at your place, and I don't even fucking remember doing it, but I did it. And so the next day, Mrs. Ang goes, "Oh yeah, no, I woke up and I looked and I saw you saying, I'm really fucked. I'm staying at Abigail's place." And she's like, "Okay, that's good." And I've done that, but at various times, like YouTube meetups and what. I know once I slept in my car because I'd actually made the mistake of driving in there, and I was parked in the Fed Square parking lot. And I got back there and went, I cannot possibly go home. My car's there. So I just left thinking like, I'm really fucked. I'm going to sleep in my car for a few hours. And I slept in my car till like 6 a.m. or something. Another time one time because there are hotels in the city, I booked a room once because it was just like, oh God, I'm just fucked beyond belief. Hey, look, here's a place that I can rent a room for about the price of a taxi home, and I can't find a taxi. So it's like, guess what? I'm just going to this place.
Yeah, there are some places in the city that you can just rent a cheap room with a bed.
Yeah.
And I've had friends who just do that. They live in like Gippsland or
yeah.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
there are places
and-
that cost about the same as a taxi home. So it's like, yeah. Mind you, I think there's one really dodgy one that has been closed down. But I remember, again, someone from out of town booked it for a YouTube meetup and there was just like, there were rats, and I'm pretty sure I was the only non-sex worker with a room there, and I don't want to be super judgmental, but they weren't very classy sex workers either. And it's just like, it was a bad vibe. I left there. It was bad.
What was that place called? Just for
F1
future reference. Oh, okay.
There's Formula One. There's a chain of them. And I think the suburban ones are okay, but there was one right in the city that was like dodgy as fuck. Yeah, Rays, you're right. It may as well
I'm
have
about
been
to get up
copy
and put some magnets in my print. So
all right.
Anyway, I programmed it so that it
Yeah.
stops mid-print, so I can put magnets in it.
Okay. Magnets, how do they work? Sorry, I'm just channeling Insane Clown Posse now. All right. I'm just looking at this drink. I'm going to make a detox retox.
It's a miracle.
A version of an old-fashioned with a hint. How does it have a hint of coconut? Oh, put some coconut water in it. I've got coconut water. That's where the coconut would be coming from. I've got some coconut water in the fridge. I will check the use-by date to make sure it hasn't been in there too long.
It might be ham water.
Ham water. Oh, we've had ham cider, ham coconuts. Okay, now I'm getting a bad visual of like just being the hairy, two coconuts being the hairy balls of an exceptionally large wild pig and cracking them open and drinking what comes out of them.
Oh,
that's bad. I've had some bad experiences in my life to think of that.
That's
so weird. That's
Sorry.
so weird.
Also, Rays, I love that you know the place I'm talking about, the F1 in the CBD. It was a nightmare. It was. I think it's been shut down. It was terrifying. Heine's kind of heard of it. Yeah, there's some suburban, like there's an F1 out near the airport. There are suburban F1s that are fine.
I've never heard of it. Anyway,
the one that was in the city is a fucking nightmare.
Magnetize my print.
All right, so I got to get a couple of things to make this drink. So, Cachaça, just a splash, and I'm just putting this straight in the glass. I can't be fucking bothered. Okay, so just a splash of cachaça. And I've got the rums they call for Diplomatica Reserva and pineapple rum. Plantation pineapple. I'm going to get my jigger for this, which is just here. All right. So, doubly, triply checking this recite. I suppose so. Okay, we want some syrup, half an ounce pineapple, 1 ounce of the reserve, 1 ounce of scotch.
And now for a touch of tenderness.
There's a great.
You remember Milton the Monster?
Vaguely, yes.
That was. Remember the opening credits was the recipe he used to make Milton the Monster. And every time you like read out ingredients to a cocktail, it just always reminds me of Milton the Monster.
Milton the Monster.
Now for a touch of tenderness.
You just made me think there was a great 80s pop song by General Public called Tenderness. Tenderness. Oh, wow. This apparently is okay till 22nd of July, 2023. So there are some fuck off preservatives in this.
I think it's just coconut water is just
inert,
stable. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad drinks that.
Or it could just be like highly preserved.
Yeah.
With chemicals. Who knows? Read the ingredients list, perhaps.
I will. I'm just putting some.
I read
syrup
the.
in.
I read the ingredients list of maple syrup once.
Yeah.
Of a Canadian brand maple syrup, and it listed the ingredients as 100% maple syrup.
Yeah.
And got annoyed. And then I realized, hang on, it's literally the sap of a maple leaf.
Yes,
maple
it's literally
tree.
just the sap from the tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They don't add anything to it. It's just tree sap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole thing with Canadians and tree sap.
Yeah.
There's a thing they do that I remember seeing this like on as a Tumblr meme or something saying, do Canadians really do this? Like when it's snowing, pour a line of maple syrup on the snow, which of course freezes onto snow, and then a little stick and wind it up. And so it's like a little icy candy thing because it's like frozen maple syrup then. Which honestly sounds pretty good.
Yeah. You'd have to heat it up a bit if it's that cold.
No, they just kind of roll it up and then it's like solid and they just stick it in the mouth
pour
like
it
a lollipop.
first. Okay, yeah. If you scratch the maple leaf on the 100, it smells like.
All right, I'm going to use one of these.
Oh, so the $100 note, it smells like maple syrup.
Right.
I didn't believe it till my Canadian mate gave me $100 to try it on.
I'm not going to use Lagavulin.
Thank you, Reese.
All right.
Scratch and sniff banknotes.
In a thing that would doubtless severely upset a whiskey wanker, this is an 18-year-old single malt Scotch, and I'm just chucking it in here as a...
I want some.
Okay, I'll save it for it. No, this was... I got post-Christmas sales. There was a thing that was meant to be a gift pack, and it was super marked down at Woolworths. Maybe I shouldn't just chuck the 18-year-old single malt in.
Oh, do it like it's
no.
yours.
I've got other ones.
Oh,
it's a
okay.
15-year-old single malt. Oh, I didn't like that one, Old Pulteney. It was my least favorite, I should say.
Megaleech is almost asleep.
Because he's a lightweight.
Well, you should either go to sleep, or we should do something to wake him up, or
I'm going to put.
We're not your boss. You should do whatever. Smoke some crack. I don't care.
My Talisker 10-year-old.
What would Bender do?
What would Bender do? In
What would
fact,
what would Bender do? He would drink some beer, smoke some cigars,
Yeah.
and probably do some lines of cocaine,
yeah,
even though he doesn't have a nose.
no, just a drink.
Good night, Mega Leech.
No, Mega Leech. What's the thing?
That is very Race. That is very random. Watch some Ernest movies.
That is an interesting dichotomy. Either sleep or watch Ernest movies.
Yeah.
You just make me think of the thing Fry said to Bender once when he was concerned that Bender wasn't doing well. So he's going, "You're either drinking too much alcohol or not enough. I don't know how it works with you, but you're not drinking the right amount."
Yes.
Fry
I
was
like
not
it how
very smart.
every time they show Bender having some sort of mental health crisis, and he goes on a sobriety bender, and he
Yes.
develops rust around his mouth, and like they do the montage of neon lights, and it's all wholesome things.
Yes. Because he's actually powered by alcohol. So if he doesn't do alcohol, it affects him
And
badly.
he doesn't go to like strippers or casinos or anything.
Yeah. Sorry, and also on the cocktail front, I always love the bit where he goes to a robot nightclub and he's picking up a lady bot, and he's gonna impress her, and he goes to the bar and goes, "I'll have a fuzzy navel and get my lady the girliest drink you've got." And the bartender goes, "Two fuzzy navels."
I saw that one.
It's very, very good.
I saw one.
And I love the fact Bender never acted self-conscious about it, like he didn't change his order. He just
Yep.
Oh, good God, that's really good. Okay, sorry. I just made the detox retox. The Talisker 10-year-old that I used is a really smoky whiskey. Not as much as what's the one I got? Lagavulin. That is peat on a whole different level. And mad Scotch people tell you, "Ooh, Lagavulin, it's an Isla Scotch." The
Is it
Talisker.
anything like Ardbeg?
I think Ardbeg is an Isla Scotch as well, which are the notorious peaty ones. The Talisker comes from the Isle of Skye.
Ardbeg. Thank you, Bumfungus. Ardbeg.
Oh, bum fungus, by the way. Hello, just piping up with a Scotch correction. Haven't seen you prior to that, but that's good. I just used this.
Oh, it
little
is
thing-
Ardbeg. I got it right.
There
I
you
am
go.
correct on the internet.
Nice.
Yeah,
Bum fungus. I used the little thing of Talisker because I've actually got a bottle. The reason I've got a bottle is because it was on special at Dan's at one point, like 20 $20 off. Internet points. So valuable.
20 points
Internet
to
points, so
Ravenclaw.
valuable. Because I thought I'll have
internet
one
points.
Scotch in my repertoire, and it's actually quite good. It's that really smoky thing. So this is a couple of sorts of rum, the smoky Scotch, and the coconut. Man, it's actually really fucking good. I was
Sounds
just
surprised.
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, no, I was just pissing about with it. And I thought 1.5 ounces of coconut water in a old fashioned. That's weird. I'm gonna have to make that for my cocktail channel. The name's good too. Detox Retox.
YouTube.
Yeah, Angry Cocktails. It's not just the stream is on Angry Aussie.
Yeah, I saw that.
But the cocktails are on Angry Cocktails. I just before the stream I raced to make one because I saw a news story about Tom Hanks being on Stephen Colbert's Late Show saying how he made a drink that's Diet Coke and champagne, which is clearly terrible.
Sounds
But he
awful.
Oh, man, I
Also-
think that.
he called it cocaine because it's Coke and champagne.
That sounds awful, but also when you think about it, not awful.
Well, there's a long history of mixing stuff with champagne and sweetening champagne. You know, mimosas and French 75. There's one that's, you just put a sugar cube in champagne. There's a whole bunch of ones where you like put liqueur in champagne. So there's a whole history of it. And it was funny because Colbert says he's heard of it. So then they mix one up on the show and Colbert tries it. And he's basically saying, this is unsettlingly good because like it sounds terrible, Coke and champagne, but it's actually sort of disturbingly good. It's like sweetened champagne. So I did make one because I thought people are going to be talking about this, and it's going to go on my channel tomorrow. So we'll see if that works.
Oh, that's cool.
Dude, that's a fun one. Queen Victoria mixing claret with whiskey.
I shall return in a sec. Just gonna
Okay.
get some water.
Whereas Queen Elizabeth loved her Dubonnet and gin, which I've tried, which is not bad. Dubonnet is a French sort of aromatized wine. It's like a relative of vermouth, and Queen Elizabeth and the Queen Mother were apparently quite fond of Dubonnet. And they liked a cocktail that was a mix of gin and Dubonnet. The only reason I've got Dubonnet is when the Queen died, there were all these articles about her, and they kept doing these thing of her favorite thing was Dubonnet. And so I think like Dan Murphy's sold out of Dubonnet because everyone was buying it to do a toast to the Queen. And so then I think they ordered a huge amount in, but then it was too far after the Queen died and no one was buying it. So I went in there one day and they were basically selling this French Dubonnet half price. And I went, yep, I never would have got that, but it's half price today. So I'm getting it. So I had some. I think I actually used it in one of the barrels. I'm doing a barrel-aged cocktail at the moment. I think one of them has Dubonnet in it. So, Jude, talking about claret and whiskey, there is a riff on the traditional whiskey sour, which is called a New York sour, which is basically a whiskey sour, and you do a red wine float on top of it. So it's very visual. You got that nice sort of orangey, yellow, red whiskey thing, and then the really red wine on top. Oh, yes, Rays, I agree. Our currency changing from having Queen Elizabeth on it to having King Charles on it is going to be weird. It's going to. I've hardly used cash in the last 3 years, like because of COVID. I've been using my card all the time. Like I used to go to an ATM once or twice a week, paying with stuff with cash. But seriously, in the last 2 years, I've probably been to an ATM maybe half a dozen times. It's very weird. But I absolutely agree. If I get currency with the king on it, it's going to weird me out quite a bit. It's going to be very strange and different. Kind of like the first time a cop got me in a room and showed me a book. He's talking about, they're trying to identify a killer and Pat's photo was there and they said, do you know this man? And I went, no.
Oh, not that again.
And they said, are you sure? We can protect you. And I went, no, you can't. No one can protect you from Pat. If Pat wants to get you, you're going to get got.
No, you get that.
But
Yeah,
see, he fucking
Yeah,
you,
man.
you all saw that. You all saw that. He fucking
No, not me.
He fucking threatened me right there.
Not me, the
No.
duck. He's duck, not me.
Yes, if anyone from law enforcement is watching, Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer on the east coast of Australia. He's not, okay? I don't know where these rumors started, but I want to go on the record, hand on heart, Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer on the east coast of Australia. Okay? There you go. I've said it. It's on the record. Snitches get stitches, and I didn't snitch, so it's all good. Oh.
Yeah, that much.
Look, Jude. Again, for me, you see me on the stream. I make cocktails. I do drinks. I will never criticize someone who doesn't want to drink alcohol. Someone who says no. And in fact, I get super angry at anyone who tries to coerce someone into drinking alcohol. Oh, Abigail's coming back.
Back.
So,
I have
Jude,
returned.
You have returned. So, Jude, I completely understand the whole you've got no palate for it. You make want to spit out. Also, look, it's poison. I'm sitting here drinking this, enjoying it. It is this weird fucking poison that humans have decided. But it's not just alcohol. You get, like, we were talking about spices earlier. Spices come from plants that produce something to stop animals from eating them because it's so awful. And humans have gone, numb. Oh, the way you set my tongue and throat on fire. I love it. And the plant's going, the fuck is wrong with you? I spent millions of years evolving this deterrent, and none of the animals eat me, but you weird fuckers think it's great. And this is a poison. And it's just like, yeah, but it's cool. I like it.
Ray's almost gave up the...
Yeah, no. We are definitely not calling the authorities.
No.
As again, I've said it a couple times, but I can't go on the record often enough as saying Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer on the east coast of Australia.
No, definitely not.
I don't know where those rumors started. They're not true.
It certainly wasn't from me.
Look at that angelic face. There aren't people in mental institutions who mutter to their psychiatrist, but his face, it was so kind, it was so sweet. And the blood, there was so much blood. That doesn't happen. I'm just saying that doesn't happen. I just love the idea if someone randomly coming on the stream and me saying just unhinged shit like this, and they're just going, who is this guy? What is wrong with you? Why is he saying that? Yeah, I don't know.
I know, we're ready to go cuckoo again.
Yeah, see, Pat. That's what Pat tells the coppers. I don't know why he said that. He's cuckoo, and it's like, and when the coppers, yeah,
Cuckoo.
That's why I said it. I'm cuckoo. It's not real. Please, can you please go back to him and tell him I said it wasn't real?
No, the reason why I took so long is because I realized I'd put a load of washing on and hadn't hung it up.
That's fair. I usually do my laundry on a Saturday and put it on, and it's, I don't know, what is the latest? Tomorrow's meant to be heat wave fucking central.
38 or something.
They keep varying it.
It's not a heat wave.
Oh shit! Now they're saying 37. They were saying 38, then it dropped to 34. So basically, tomorrow's just going to be fucked.
Yeah, it's just going to be fucked.
It's post midnight, so it's day technically.
37,
yeah. No, I'm not
if that's
leaving.
any better.
I'm not leaving the fucking house. I am not leaving that.
Not me.
Pat, what's it
I'm
like
not
in the
Yeah,
country?
I'm-
'Cause it's usually
my
worse
aircon.
in the country than in Melbourne.
Yeah, today it's hot. Yeah, today.
Yeah, yeah, dude. For the
And
next week,
yesterday's.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
and
get like a heat
yesterday's
wave.
just hot.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm
No,
not turning
okay.
off my air conditioner today.
Yeah.
I'm just not. It's,
Oh
Yeah.
fuck!
and it's like fucking like over 20 degrees in my apartment at the moment, even
Yeah.
though it's 19 degrees outside.
yeah,
And I'm tempted to just like leave it on at night. It's just so humid in here.
yeah. Our we have ducted air conditioning in the house, which again, Christ, they fucking fixed it last year in the heat wave. It literally blew up. It fused.
Yep.
It melted. It was fucked. And
What actually melted?
the motor and the air conditioner, because what we had a problem with, and an electrician told us what it's doing is it's drawing too much power, and the circuit breakers are going, nah, fuck that, and the circuit breakers are flicking off, and so we had to really ration when we had it on. But then we had a heat wave last year, and it just went, yeah, you know what, fuck it, and it just fucking fused. It just, and
so it would have been
Yeah,
the compressor, or there's two motors in an air conditioner: a compressor that runs the gas through the system, and the motor that spins the fan that blows the air through the radiator.
Yeah.
And
And
it would have been the compressor that does the work.
the landlords being the cockheads that landlords have, because we kept saying, no, it's fucking dead, okay? 3 different fucking contractors came through. And finally, the third one, he looked at it, and he took this bit out, and even, it was, at this stage, it was a week after it fucking blew up. And he brought this thing through the house. It still smelt like burning electronics, like a week. You could still smell the ozone off it. And so we had a heat wave here that lasted about 3 weeks, and we didn't have air conditioning for any of it. So I was like, there were days, again, you might remember it from streams from about a year ago when I was appearing wearing a caftan because I refused to put clothes on. And I was sitting in a bath full of cold water, and then I'd get out and I would not even towel myself off. I just put a caftan off, which would absorb all the water and cool me down, and it was fucked. But they did eventually fix it. And so this summer, which started off unseasonably cool and whatnot, we're going, all right. But we've had a couple of really hot days, and it hasn't died or blown up. So we think, oh, maybe they haven't really fixed it. Tomorrow, or actually it's today now because we're past midnight, that will be a little bit of a test, because once they, it's like Mrs. Ingrid says, once they start predicting anything over 35, it's like all bets are off. At that point, shit could go feral on you. 35 is feral as far as I'm concerned. But Melbourne being Melbourne, it might end up being over 40. Who knows? It's just like, fuck. So today will be a real test for it. But what we learned is, on days like this, you leave it on. We have the thermostat set kind of relatively high, like 21, 22. Like we don't have it low. But when it's not actual air conditioning event, it will be, if it's cooler outside than inside, a fan will be running and it will be blowing that cooler air in. But if it's hotter outside than inside, the aircon will be running. So tomorrow will be a whole thing. I'm probably not doing a stream tomorrow night, although Mrs. Angry and I aren't going out anywhere because we both are looking at the number of COVID cases and hospitalizations and deaths and going, closed spaces? No, thank you. So the last couple of date nights, we've only been going to places that have outside seating. And we were looking at it and going, outside tomorrow night is probably going to be super fucked. And we went, yeah, let's not
Well,
do that.
it's going to be. It's only going to be like 28 the next day on Sunday. So
If it with the yeah,
Isn't
but
it?
normally we are not night owls when we go out. We normally go
Oh.
out sometime between 6 and 8. It's probably still going to be over 30.
Oh no, 22. It's going to be 22 on
What you do?
Sunday.
Oh,
So
the
there's going to be a
Weird.
health check.
army.
And then 31 on Monday and
Yeah,
37
okay.
on Tuesday. Like, fucking hell, Melbourne.
For some
What
reason,
the-
Sunday's going to be weirdly temperate, and then Monday and Tuesday are going to be super
And-
fucked.
And then Wednesday,
And they're not.
23.
Yeah,
like,
Wednesday's going to be
like-
cool.
like-
But, I don't know. It's so volatile. It's basically
No one
it's
can
so
see that,
volatile. I don't
can they?
believe any of it.
That is not showing up, is it?
No, but I
Actually,
go. Ray's is saying go to the beach and have a picnic.
Oh,
Bro,
that is
yeah.
No,
the
they
beach
are-
is the
Sunday.
worst place to be
It-
when it's hot.
It
Fuck that
remains
shit.
my favorite story when all our offspring were young, like pre-teen. They loved the beach. They always wanted to go. And we were living in East St Kilda when they were young. Like we moved from there 5-6 years ago. But when they were very young, they loved going to the beach. My favorite story, when I tell it, people think I'm lying or exaggerating. But we went to the beach because it was like over 35. It was bordering on 40 Celsius.
Man.
We went to the beach. It was nice. And we were sitting there and it was cool. And we saw the thing had predicted a change. And we saw, like, looking over the bay towards Geelong, this wall of black cloud. And it was moving really fast. And we went, well, that looks messed up. Let's go home. So we were about a 10-15 minute drive from St Kilda Beach then, because we're living in East St Kilda. So we called the kids in. We're going home, packing stuff up, getting in the car, driving home. That 15 to 30 minutes, this fucking wall of black overtook us. The temperature in half an hour, 30 minutes, dropped from 35 to 15. It just and rain and hail came down. The next day, the temperature didn't get above 18. So when I tell people in 30 minutes the temperature dropped from 35 to 15, they think I'm exaggerating. No, that fucking happened. That was Melbourne is just weird.
It happens, yeah. And that kind of weather triggers my migraines. Those sudden
the changes in
the
heat and
cold
humidity and
yeah.
Ray's okay. Ray's remembers that one. Yeah.
I've been through a couple of those events.
Yeah.
There's been more than one.
And there is. And I swear to God, I doubt myself. When I try to tell someone it dropped from 35 to 15 in 30 minutes.
And then
people
it just
say,
starts absolutely bucketing down because the hot air traps all this moisture because it can absorb more moisture. And then the cold change comes in, snap colds all the air, and suddenly it releases all this moisture. Suddenly you've got torrential rain.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
I need
anytime
to-
I relate that story
need
and people go, you're exaggerating, I think, oh, maybe I am, because that sounds fucking weird.
No,
That sounds
I've been through a
really
few. There's not many, but I've been through a few of them in Melbourne.
Yeah.
I've lived here all my life.
Yeah, it's
I
and I try to explain to
need the
people it's
bathroom.
because to the south, there's basically nothing between us and Antarctica. There's like Tasmania and then Antarctica. To the west is a fucking desert. And to the north, we get the remnants of tropical storms and stuff from the north. So we have these three completely different weather patterns: tropical storms from the north, the dryness from the western desert, and cold fronts from Antarctica. and they all fight one another. Sometimes we have quite stable weathering, but other times shit goes weird and feral, and you can't predict it. Sorry, Abigail.
I need to go for a sec.
Do it.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah.
Don't leave without me.
We won't leave. We won't leave.
No, 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 no.
Yeah,
no.
see,
Very
Pat won't
good.
let me leave. If Pat says
No.
I can't leave, I don't leave.
Keep him in line.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, no. Pat says I have to stay here. I have to stay here.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah. So Rays, you misplaced. All right. So Pat, we've had fun tonight, and that video where Rob was there. So
Yeah, I saw that.
no, legit, dude. If you and Rob say there's a day like a Saturday, you want to come up here, because I have had a couple people say we should have a get together and a meetup, and I don't know if I believe them if they do it. But if you and Rob want to say like a Saturday, you want to come up here, now we'll do it and see who comes. And honestly, I don't care if it was just you and me. If it was just you and me and Rob, I'd be fine, because we're we'd be three musketeers. We'd have a good time. We'd hang out, but if other people come, that's cool. But if talk to Rob. If you and Rob want to come up on a Saturday, we'll do it.
No, Rob, my worker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Sean, I go
Right.
out on today.
Yeah. Well, dude, you tell me what works. You tell me. So, I'm not put pressure on you, but if there's a thing, if you and Rob think like you want to come up one Saturday or something, man, I'll do it. We'll do it. And because other people are saying, we should do a get together, and I'm not sure if I believe them. But if you guys want to come up, I'll say, yeah, okay, we'll do it. And there might be some other people there too.
Yeah, I know
again,
that.
it would be
lots.
it would be a bit weird. We do it, and AIDSy's not here, because it was always like the four of us. We do it, but it's a whole thing. God, I have to admit, hey, I don't think I've asked you. Have you had COVID? Have you got sick? Have you had COVID?
Me no.
I have.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I have to admit. Yeah.
My niece, you know that.
Yeah.
And my sister.
Yeah.
And my sister's husband.
Yeah. Okay.
Big boy, you know that.
Yeah.
And my dad.
Lots of people, right?
Yeah.
Dude, also, Ray, same goes for you, man. If you were ever going to be in Melbourne, you just have to let me know. But yeah, because I have had COVID. It's terrible. I actually wasn't very sick, but now I'm worried with all the things we hear now. But yeah, all these people say they want to do a meetup. I'm not sure if I believe them, but if you were up for it, let me know.
I'm free.
Yeah. If there's a time, if you and Rob wanted to come up, let me know, and we'll set something up. Because why not?
Yeah, free. No, 2 weeks. Yeah, they work.
Oh, okay. We probably need more notice than 2 weeks, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. Yeah, we're on Facebook. We can talk about shit and do it. I like that, dude. Print up photos of AIDSy, and
I miss that, man.
We can wear little lanyards with AIDSy photos, so he's with us. I like that.
Yeah, man, I miss that, man.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. We can do that. Oh, Rays, that's a wild one. I love the idea of a cardboard cutout of AIDSy and have him stand.
That's weird.
I don't know if there's anyone who can do that for us. Oh God, I just had. We did this at one meetup where everyone, I forget what the face was, but we all had like printed out faces on paper and then like wore them as masks. we could print out a bunch of AIDSy faces and all be AIDSy at a meetup. That would be funny and weird.
That's so weird.
That would be weird, yeah. That would be a bit weird.
That's so weird.
That's a bit weird. I love it when Pat goes, "No, that's a bit too weird, mate. That's a bit too weird."
Yeah.
I know. You go, "No, I'm pretty open to stuff, but that's a bit weird."
You always
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I like that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Because I don't know. I've had a bunch of people saying they want to do like another YouTube meetup because we haven't done one for I don't know 2 years.
$14 more.
Oh, dude, that's actually another fun idea for a meetup. Everyone has to wear one of those open back hospital gowns as a tribute to AIDSy. Got to leave your butt.
No, man.
No, Pat
No,
doesn't want to do that
No,
one.
mate,
You do
no.
that one?
I mean,
No?
this one is better.
Yeah, okay. Jeez, okay. So, okay, we're not going to wear the hospital gown where our bums hang out. Okay.
I done that once.
So, Rays, you know how to do cardboard cutouts. A legend you was getting married. Cardboard cutout of his fiance made him take it everywhere. Nice. On the Bucks night, had to have her there as a cardboard cutout to keep an eye on him. I like that. Oh my goodness. That's sorry, we're just saying all this exceptionally silly stuff and I'm finding it really humorous.
Weird.
Oh dear. So I'm just looking at stuff on the Facebooks. Jesus. Okay. I'm going to share this picture. Like, fucking look at this. Let me do the sharing. No, this one. Look at this. Look at this. That's like AIDSy must be about.
Oh, I saw.
Oh my
I saw
God.
them on Facebook.
No, on Facebook. AIDSy, he's like
Yeah, I
about
saw that.
18 there. He's about 18. That is
Well, that's cool.
that is freaky. That is, oh my God, that is freaky. That's AIDSy at about 18. That's freaky.
What, red hair?
Yeah, with the red hair, yeah. That's
Oh,
really
I didn't know.
that's really wild.
You.
Yeah, I guess I've had red hair sometimes too. But that's AIDSy. He's literally about 18 there.
No.
Wow. That really does my head in. That picture of him. He's like 18 or 19 there. That's amazing. Oof. Jesus, that's wild. Also, the picture of me with a pigeon on my head is apparently.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that?
I saw it on my Facebook.
Yeah. I can resist.
Oh, man.
I was just there, and the damn pigeon. First, it landed on my shoulder, then it just went, "No, that's not good enough," and it climbed up on my head. And I'm like, "Okay."
Today.
Yeah, that was today. That was today.
Ah!
That was like I posted that picture just after it said.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. No, that picture of AIDSy, he was almost blonde. Yeah, Rays. I agree. He looked a bit like a Korean pop singer. Definitely. Yep. And remember how long ago? Because that picture of AIDSy was more than 30. That picture was more than 30 years old. That was a very old picture. again, he was, oh my God, he was so young. That was more than 30 years ago. That's just incredible. Even shorter term things like, again, Rays, because when we first interacted on YouTube, you were quite young, but I get stuff because I've been on YouTube, I don't know, 16 years, however the fuck long I've been on YouTube. I get people who go like, oh yeah, man, I used to watch you when I was in high school. And I go, that's a bit weird. How old are you now? And they go, I'm 30. And it's like, oh shit. I've been on YouTube a long time. Because like
I know YouTube's I know 21.
yeah, no, dude, we've known each other through YouTube for a long time.
Yeah, more.
But some people even longer, and it's really like they were kids. People who were like kids, and they go, "Yeah, I watch you." You know, my parents didn't want me to watch you because you swore all the time, but I used to watch you. And now they're 30, and it's like, oh my God. Okay, Jesus. Oh, okay, Heine, that's fun. I didn't hear that, so I don't know how it is. Carrie Bickmore promoted to get rich. Blah, try that again. Yeah, I know. Dude, it's late. It's late, and I've had a couple.
Are you drunk?
Little bit. Little
Am drunk?
bit. So words are hard. She promoted a get rich quick scheme on the project crypto bullshit. Now she left the show. I didn't hear that.
Oh, that was weird.
Yeah, I don't keep up with TV either. But yeah, I mean, crypto is fucking bullshit. I don't know if it's because it's had a bad year, bad 12 months. I don't know if it's going to collapse completely or if it's somehow going to prop itself up again. Who fucking knows? But it's a big steaming pile of bullshit, basically. Right, now I'm just looking at the news. Is there anything? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Is there?
I know that the girl died today. So,
Who died today?
King. It's on Facebook.
I know there was the famous guitar guy who died. Oh, Elvis Presley's
The
daughter died.
Yes.
That's who you're thinking of?
So, yes.
Lisa Marie. Yeah, she died. She had a heart condition.
Today. Well, good heart.
Yeah, no, she had a bad heart condition. And people pointed out she was at the Golden Globes and she didn't look good. She looked a bit weak and stuff. And then, yeah, just 2 days later, she's dead because she was very prominent at the Golden Globes because there was that movie Elvis, which
I saw that.
I haven't seen it yet. It looks interesting. I do want to see it.
My worker.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, so both
It's wicked.
Elvis's wife Priscilla and his daughter Lisa Marie were there, and a few people were saying Lisa Marie was looking a bit oof, and yeah, 2 days later she died. I was like, damn. Okay.
Today.
All I can think of is the Doug Anthony All Stars song "Do the Dead Elvis."
Do the Dead Elvis. Yeah, I do love the Doug Anthony All Stars complete lack of respect for anyone. I remember they had a routine because there was the group that was popular for a while, the Traveling Wilburys, which was all these old rockers and stuff, including Roy Orbison, who I fucking love. I love Roy Orbison's voice and whatnot, but he died kind of at the peak of the Traveling Wilburys popularity, and he died just because he was an old dude with health issues. And the Doug Anthony All Stars are on that Saturday night thing on the ABC. Just went, yeah, okay, the Traveling Wilburys,
the big gig.
Yeah, the big gig. All these old guys coming out, and he goes, okay, just going to throw it out there. if one of your band members dies from natural causes, you might be a bit old to be doing the rock and roll, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know who old is Fred.
Yeah. But again, yeah, I love it as a joke. I was a fan of Roy Orbison. I loved his voice. And because he wasn't completely blind, but he had some sort of vision impairment thing his whole life. So he's wearing those ridiculous Coke bottle glasses, and he had a light sensitivity, so they were tinted as well. So he had a really severe vision impairment his whole life. But yes, I'll always remember, besides just his extremely long career, the duet he did with K.D. Lang, Crying. That's stupendous. That is an amazing track. If you ever want to just people just singing, and Roy Orbison was such a great vocalist, K.D. Lang was such a great vocalist, and them doing a duet together of just this classic rock ballad, very, very, very good. But yes, when he died of natural causes, the rest of the Traveling Wilburys maybe should have looked at each other and said, "Are we old? Is that what's happening here?" This is, oh Jesus! Yeah. I've got the Doug Anthony All Stars album on CD somewhere. All my CDs are in a box, I think. But again, they were musically and vocally quite talented.
Well, two of them were.
They worked pretty well as a trio. Let's just say they had different strengths.
Yes. Not naming names.
No,
but
no.
you know, some of them carried more weight than others.
Yes, particularly on the vocal front.
Yes.
But in terms of writing and creating stuff, they were a team.
Yeah. I had a couple of their CDs. One was a concert, one was a recorded album.
Yeah, well, they released
I saw them live.
album, Icon.
Yeah, that was the one. And I saw them live with a bunch of friends, and we all got them to sign our trench coats because we all wore trench coats, because of course we did.
Of course.
And yeah, it was the whole thing.
I saw them live before
but they signed them in chalk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're trench coats.
Yes. I saw them live before they were super famous, like literally their first Sydney gigs.
Yeah.
I was doing work experience at Triple J as part of my degree. And I interviewed one of them. I've had too many drinks to remember any. Actually, you know who I remember? Richard Feidler. I remember his name.
Richard Feidler, it wanted nothing to do with them after Das Kapital. After they kind of split up.
Well, he got that job running talent at the ABC, which he was very good at. He was very good.
And a radio show. He was on guitar, and then there was Tim who was Tim, and what's his name, who was the talent. He was the
singer. He was the singer. He had the
singer.
voice.
What's his name? Fuck. He's doing comedy still. He's touring at the moment. He was a bit of a prick, and I think
he alienated people, definitely.
Yeah, I think he's mellowed out a bit, but he's still a bit of a prick. But Tim was a misogynistic asshole.
And what was the illness he had that reduced him to a wheelchair?
Oh, yeah, he's in a wheelchair. Don't remember. Brain fog has struck. It's that time of night. Paul, thank you, Heine. Paul,
I saw him once on Flinders Street. No, not Flinders Street. Swanston Street. There was a busker singing a particular song, and he was just walking down the footpath. The busker was pretty good, and he just went, "I love this song," and he just went up with the busker and started singing harmonies. And this was only a couple of years ago. It was pretty wild. Paul McDermott. There we go.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I really liked Good News Week.
That was a good show.
Really enjoyed that show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, Paul McDermott was actually a good TV show host. He was.
Yeah. And there is a semi-regular person who is not in chat at the moment, but a semi-regular person who comes in on chat who knows Paul McDermott.
There you go.
And I'm sworn to secrecy who it is.
Sorry. Also love Ray saying, I'm not going to say who, but I saw one of them racking a line. Dude, it was all.
It could be one of two of them.
Let's just say that wouldn't have been a big surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing work experience at Triple J. I interviewed Tim for the Current Affairs show and went to see what was their first show in Sydney.
I thought you said Richard.
No, it was Tim. It was Tim I interviewed.
Okay.
That was
You
like
remember?
late 80s. That was late 80s. That's how old. Jesus
Yeah.
fucking. Holy fucking shit, I'm old.
Do you remember?
Oh,
Don't
no,
forget
Pat.
your toothbrush.
Sorry, what?
Love that dad joke. Love that dad joke. Oh, the classics never get old.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
funny because you said that you're old, and then
I
Pat
said, hello.
said that, hello, I'm Pat, implying that you just said your name was
Yeah.
old. Not
That was-
Yes.
you are
No,
old.
no,
Yeah.
no, fuck.
That's why that's funny.
I know. Pat has outwitted me yet again.
Yep. Yep.
And
Oh,
explaining a joke always makes it funnier. Always.
It definitely does. Definitely does.
Yes.
Pat has outwitted me yet again.
Yep. 3 times. No, four
No,
times.
I know. It's just it's too much for me.
You're fine. It's easy.
I know. Look at Pat going, you're drunk, you're easy, you're a fucking loser. What is this?
I didn't know when I could.
No, Pat, I never said that. I might have implied it, but I didn't say you're a drunk loser. That's okay, Pat. I'll fucking cop to it, man.
Yeah.
you got the better of me. You got the better
Yep.
of me. You got me. Oofed. Yeah, Rays, I have to laugh or I'll be the next. Yeah, it's just like
Oh.
look at Becky. Oh no. No one brought that up again, did they?
You get two.
Oh, all right. Okay. It is now post 1 a.m. as Jude said, oh my god, we've been doing this for 5 hours. Yeah, no. We've been doing this for 5 hours. Sometimes you see, look, although I'm not super sleepy now, I think
Oh, no, man.
I might dip out. There you go. Neither Pat nor Abigail look particularly sleepy. I just feel like I might dip out now. Been a
I
fun night.
check your Discord. I sent you a message.
Okay.
Nothing important for the stream. So
Oh, that's all good.
yeah, just between us.
Yeah, no, okay, I see that. Yes, cool. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But
I'm
yeah,
picking up what you're laying down.
read the text in the image.
In the
You'll get a
image.
kick out of it.
Okay.
There's an image in the message.
Oh, there is too.
Don't read it out loud, obviously.
Why? Sorry.
What did you do that?
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. I'm going to go to bed. So
Good night.
I'm probably not doing a Saturday night stream, but probably am doing a Saturday. But who knows? There could be a surprise because I think Saturday is going to be too fucking hot to go out. So Mrs.
Yeah.
Anger and I will probably do takeaway. And look, let's just go with probably not a Saturday night, but who knows? There might be a surprise. Probably will be a Sunday night, but we'll see how it all goes.
Navaya Melanin.
Look at say.
So whatever you're doing, have a good time.
Darling.
Look after
Good
yourself.
evening.
See
Navaya
you
means
another time.
safe
Bye for now.
travels.
Yep.
Bye.